Come here, the beginning of the season, and make sure you're there till the end. Many Calypsonians will be competing. Only 12 gladiators will make it. The grand eliminations for the 2026 Calypso season, Saturday, 13 December 2025. Remember, 8 o'clock at the factory. Come here, the funny songs, the serious songs, political songs, everything. Bring your family, bring your friends, bring your dog, and come. Kaiso, Kaiso, Kaiso.
It's officially white potato season in Dominica. To celebrate, Bloombox is giving you the chance to win a 196cc 4-stroke 6.5 horsepower tiller valued at over $3,000. Wow, you heard right. Simply make a purchase of $75 or more between October 13th and December 27th, 2025, and you'll be automatically entered for a chance to win this powerhouse machine to make your next planting season even easier. Winner will be announced on December 29th. Visit us at Bloombox Goodwill and Roseau. Terms and conditions apply. Let's bloom together with Bloombox.
I wanna drink Dominica best rum with you. I wanna drink Dominica best rum with you. Get the bubble, drink it every day. Give me energy, no right pepper way. Get the bubble, drink it every day. Give me energy. Time today, we went okay. My bubble, my knee, who's ready? Full energy. My bubble, my knee, who's ready? Full energy. Okay, boom. Distributed by Belfast Estate Limited. Drink it, but don't abuse it. Okay, boom.
After working hard for many years in London, Goldwyn is now retired and back living in Dominica enjoying his pension. He too shook a smile so we can see the gold teeth and too shook I am. I met him coming out of Flosses with the help of some staff carrying different foods, drinks, and meats to his vehicle. Myself too fast to go and ask the man what's up. Is their story start? Après moi fini travail ouais, so le kadimo descend Dominic pour finir la hamwe. I said, Goldwyn, speak in English, don't force it. Then he said, I shop with intelligence, yeah? At Flosses, you get the most reasonable prices for the bag flour, rice, sugar, milk, beers, soft drinks, water, rum, and so much more. Prices and quantities to fit your needs, mate. Because you just come down and want to tell me what I know about Flosses already. That's where I shop. It's not you alone that want to save money but still get the quality goods. That's right. And if you're listening to this ad, go and check out Flosses for yourself. Next to the Roseau Market, you can't miss it.
Now opened on Sunday from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m.
I just want to, of course, as we talk about things on the block, this morning we learned that the queen of Calypso, or Calypso, Ophelia Marie, the Lady of Song, has been invited to perform in a big, very huge, a major Pan-African gathering of women, entrepreneurs, and leaders. So that's really big for Dominica. And see for herself, Burkina Faso because of the song that she sang there. Most of you heard it there at the Creole Festival. I'm gonna play that exclusive interview. Most of you may have, some of you may have heard it before. I thought it appropriate. I caught her as she was about to leave Dominica on her way to Burkina Faso. This much talked about African leader doing waves across the world. Ophelia Oliver Marie.
I am on the boat. And okay, you're going to be hearing that announcement, so you know I'm on the boat. I am sitting in the area that I like, and the people have been very not concerned, but for me. I was pulled out of the line so somebody could take my departure tax, and then they helped with my bags. My husband manager is with me, so we are both enjoying that moment of co-celebration and adventure, because the first time really I'm going to Africa. Although my songs are already known, I get offers right from the answer, so I know they know me. But really, it's the first time I'm going to visit the motherland, and I am quite excited.
Yeah, I'm being told that it's because of your release on that reggae anthem that you did there during the festival, Volcano on the Rise, dedicated to the
Yes,
courage and dignity of the people in Burkina Faso, and that's
yes,
yes, that's the reason.
yes. And I was told that it got to them via Guadeloupe. And it was several people from Guadeloupe who sent the music over there, with social media and all of that, internet, and so things happen quickly. And then I got a WhatsApp from a friend of mine who is a professor, community organizer, a member of CORECA, which is the Comité pour résoudre le créole. It's a committee like Comité pour étude créole, CAC. And he told me I was going to get an invitation for that particular function, festival, or rather the conference among women who are leaders, women of the world. And, in a way, Matt, I twist on it because it showed me where a song can go and what one song can do. And here I am on the way to Burkina Faso.
So how do you feel, Ophelia? What's the feeling that you got when you got an invitation there?
Well, I was so excited. I have been saying I'd like to go to Africa. And when I said it this time, it just happened. So it means that it was the time. The Lord saw that was the time. And all of these dots were placed in a line, and it happened. It makes me understand that we each have a role to play in our struggles, in our country, in the protection and the development of who we are, not only as a country, but as a member of a Black world, a member of the African diaspora. Some people don't like to say that they belong or that they came out of Africa, but there may be many, many layers between us and them over there. But, that is the Black continent. And we, all of us who have that Blackness, have a link with that country. And I'm realizing that I am being given the opportunity to relive what I used to live as a school child or a student in the 70s, where the emphasis was on what is ours, where we come from, and that we should always go research, understand where we come from so that we can know where we are going to. And Mark is the person who wrote this song, and he has a way of knowing what topic to take, like Marché Quartier is this too, Immigration is this too. And these, I think, are the evolutionary songs that I got to present to the world. And I cannot even find the words for the joy that I'm experiencing with this opportunity.
When will you get to Africa?
I think we get to Africa on the 24th, 23rd.
On the 23rd, okay.
Yes, the afternoon of the 23rd. So tonight we're going to Paris, and then there's a train ride to Brussels, and then there's a boat ride, a plane ride again to Burkina Faso. But with breaks in between, we can sleep, we can, because I have to make sure that I balance myself so that, I arrive where I have to be when and do the work that I have to do.
Again, I want to say congratulations on behalf of the people of Dominica, Ophelia. You deserve
Well,
it.
thank you so much.
A big achievement there for Lady of Song for this number. Most of you heard it for the first time at the World Creole Music Festival.
A voice for the land, guided by some carrots on yielding hand. Oh, back in the rise, see the future.
She's expected to perform that song as part of an official program carrying a powerful message of unity between Africa and the Caribbean. On the line with me is this Creole ambassador, Mr. Leroy Wadix Charles. A proud moment for us in Dominica. Wadix, good afternoon to you. How are you doing?
Good afternoon to myself and good afternoon to the listeners of the Talk on the Block. It's a pleasure to be in your company once again.
Well, tell me, what do you think of this achievement there by the Lady of Song?
This is, a monumental time for us. It's a celebratory. We should be in celebratory mood, and I must say it's a very good achievement. I happen to have known about it for a little while, and I felt that this thing should be really celebrated by the entire Dominican public, because here we're going to be seeing our Lady of Song, our La Grande Dame de la Chanson Haitienne. She has done so much for Dominica. She was one of the very few to defy the rules of the special tributes that were catered for the French citizens only, the Maracas d'Or. And she actually achieved that she got a main achievement. She defied everything else and continued to play. She could defy sickness, defied people saying so many things about her, calling sickness on her, carrying rumors about her, and here it is, she was able to come with her husband and actually pen a sound which resonated with the leadership of Burkina Faso. Very importantly, Matt, like I said in our little roundup, I noticed a flag of Burkina Faso within the World Creole Music Festival, which was very conspicuous. And you never know the link and the connection to this, but this is a major achievement for our music. This is a major time for us to celebrate, and I'm really happy that you are taking the lead in doing so, because it's a really special moment for Dominica and for Dominica's music. And to think that one of Ophelia's dreams was to actually visit the African continent, and it finally became reality, or it's in the making of becoming reality. I think it's a wonderful, wonderful achievement, and one as Dominicans we should celebrate and do like the Haitians who were just crowned into the World Cup, the next World Cup, but celebrate this achievement by Ophelia.
All right, and of course, Ophelia was born in Curacao, so that's a double achievement there for the Lady of Song. Thank you very much, Alex. Thank you for your sentiments here. Thank you.
The ground sail,
Cultural ambassador, singing the praises to Ophelia. Well deserved, huh?
Trust and soul, a voice for the land.
On our way to Burkina Faso.
Oh, back in the rise, see the future go through the channels of colonialism we grow. From the grip of exploiters, we break the chain.
An exclusive interview there on her way to this African country to perform at an international forum there. We have to celebrate our heroes, huh?
Developing sports where despair won't slay. Travel it on, lighting the way. Thomas and Cara whispers his spirit alive. Booking about dreams and travel.
To the Lady of Songs, Ophelia Marie. Matt, I am so proud of Ophelia, and I'm proud of myself as a Dominican, Matt, that Ophelia planted a seed at the Creole Festival where she sang about Burkina Faso, and she is now on her way to Burkina Faso. It's like planting a seed and it germinating, blossomed, then the winds took the pollen into Burkina Faso. So here it is that she's gone to Africa to do what she does best. Matt, I love this woman. I love Ophelia Marie, that lady of songs. God bless her, Matt. But Matt, this morning I was listening to Anil Roberts, and he could not have said it better. He could not have given the criticisms in a more accurate fashion, because it is what it is, Matt. Because you cannot tell me that these politicians, these corrupt politicians in the Caribbean, when they should be setting examples and making way for new leaders, they feel it is okay after 20 and 25 years to impose themselves as dictators on their citizens. Matt, I'm seeing Ralph Gonsalves, Matt. After 20, 25 years, what does this man tell me he wants to do as a leader? I'm seeing this man shaking everything that is loose on him, including his belly, Matt, like it's ready to fall out. To say what? To say he is campaigning for a sixth term? Man, this man got to be out of his mind. What he wants to do, piss on the chair or die in the chair of the prime minister? So you mean there's no other politician in St. Vincent who can take up the prime ministership of the country? But Matt, Anil Roberts is right, because recently I was in Dominica and I went into Jolly's, and there plastered on the newspapers at the counter was the same Ralph Gonsalves telling Dominicans how good Roosevelt's carrot is for them. Matt, this man is out of place. And he should have gotten a rude awakening, Matt. He should have. Yes, it came late. But I would love for Anil Roberts to continue giving him the doubles and what the doubles and coffee, because it is deserving. It is deserving. They want to set up a dictatorship in the Caribbean where they can even go in at election time and meddle in other Caribbean islands affairs, the political affairs, the elections, like they did in 2019 when they sent in the RSS. Was it in 2019, Matt? Mm-hmm. They sent in the RSS to terrorize Dominicans, tear gas and shoot them, and to have them vote under duress, Matt. Matt, I firmly believe to this day that they should have gone back in body bags. Because this is I don't know which part of the Constitution, Matt, that will tell me that the people have to vote under duress. Dominicans were just protecting their democracy. They were just preserving their vote. They just wanted free and fair elections. And that is what the RSS did to them. And this man talking about meddling, and we're talking about CARICOM. CARICOM is a corrupt club that should dissolve, because that's what they do. They keep other corrupt governments in office. It's a bunch of ilks. They're not working for peaceful zone in the Caribbean. No, they're not. Suddenly they're concerned about peaceful zone, Caribbean peaceful zone. But when this Maduro refused to step out because he had clearly lost the elections, How many of them told Maduro that you had lost the elections, you lost 3/4 of the vote, and you should not impose yourself as a dictator on these people? Now they are singing a song of peace in the Caribbean, peaceful zone in the Caribbean, when RSS is promoting and supporting through the corrupt leaders negative peace. Negative peace is not peace, Matt. We are not a peaceful zone because they have found a way to impose dictatorship on the Caribbean citizens by using the RSS to do so and to support each other in that kind of disrespect for citizens. I saw in Dominica where this man, the same Ralph Gonsalves, was plastered all over the newspapers. He came to Dominica and tell Dominicans that Roosevelt Carriage is the best thing for them. By Matt, Dominica needs a few Anil Roberts to shame those politicians. Didn't you see this one from Portsmouth, Ian Douglas? Like an aged frozen toad on a platter, telling the people how good the government is for them, when he sat there in Portsmouth and everything that was legitimate in Portsmouth, it was dissolved under Ian Douglas, including every form of legitimate income. It was dismantled under this man. What did Ian Douglas accomplish for Portsmouth? For this man to be telling people internationally what is good for them. Ian does not even look like he knows what is good for himself. These people should be ashamed. This CARICOM Old Boys Club of corruption, it needs to be dismantled because they serve no purpose other than corruption and building up dictatorships and recolonizing the citizens of the Caribbean. Thank you, Matt.
Those of you who missed Anil Roberts, Senator there in housing and under the UNC, spoke to yours truly in an exclusive interview this morning. Speaking of accusations made by Mr. Ralph Gonsalves, the UNC was interfering in the political campaign in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Mr. Gonsalves, just a question. Aren't you doing the same? What was Mr. Ian Douglas doing in St. Vincent? Let's listen to Anil for the next few minutes, and of course we'll come back to discuss. Stick around.
Try to stay in Malene here in Trinidad and Tobago, but I don't understand. They have some politicians in the Eastern Caribbean who don't understand to stay in their lane.
Let me take it again from the top.
Do their politics, but they, your boy just try to stay in Malene here in Trinidad and Tobago, but I don't understand. They have some politicians in the Eastern Caribbean who don't understand to stay in their lane, in their zone, do their politics, but they like to lie. It first happened with Roosevelt Skerrit, your prime minister over there, in 2023 in August, when he came to a CARICOM crime summit here in Trinidad and Tobago, hosted by Keith Christopher Rowley, the then PNM prime minister, who since then has been decimated at the polls with him and his mini-me Stuart Smallpin Young getting a licking on April 28th. Roosevelt Skerrit came to Trinidad and tried to tell us, while we had an election going on, local government, that Rowley is a great man and he's misunderstood and he's a nicer man than we know. We didn't ask him. He was fast and out of place. Then when the media asked Roosevelt Skerrit about a critical issue that had taken place in the Caribbean at that time, a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, Brent Thomas, had been kidnapped out of his hotel in Barbados that he paid for by Trinidad and Tobago police and Barbados constabulary who landed, the Trinidad and Tobago police landed on the tarmac of Barbados on a CARICOM Impax jet without paperwork, without extradition, without warrant, without any charges of the man. He was dragged out of his hotel, kept in captivity in a cage like a dog for 12 hours, no food, no water, and then he was summarily returned to Trinidad and Tobago. A judge on hearing and all the submissions and evidence said that that was akin to a kidnapping. When Roosevelt Skerritt was in Trinidad and Tobago, he was asked about that situation. How could CARICOM's plane, how could CARICOM Impax jet be used and so on? And he put God out his thoughts and attacked Kamla Persad-Bissessar and the UNC, saying that that was just opposition mischief and so on. Well, once he did that, I jump into the fray, because you don't attack my leader and you don't attack my leader of the opposition then, and in this case, my prime minister, just so and get away with it. This is political warfare, and we fight for truth, respect, and sovereignty. So Roosevelt Skerritt was far and out of place. I nicknamed him the star boy of stupidity, which he remains today. Now we see another wannabe old star, a rusty star general, who came to Trinidad and Tobago with his friend Keith Rowley and the PNM. And the information we just got into government, we won on April 28th. I became a minister probably June 5th or so, and we now getting information. So I had information when the Prime Minister of St. Vincent, with this geopolitics that is going on in the Caribbean, where we are the southernmost island, where we are impacted, my brother, by drugs and guns and human trafficking. Our crime situation has gotten worse to the point of embarrassment. I think Dominicans will know that when they want to go on a holiday, Trinidad and Tobago is not their choice. They will say to themselves, let me go somewhere peaceful. Let me go Bahamas. Let me go up the road somewhere else to Antigua, St. Kitts. Because if I go Trinidad and Tobago, I could be liming, eating a doubles, sipping a Carib, and I could get shot by stray bullets. That is the unfortunate reality of where our country has descended to because of narco-terrorism, drug runners, money launderers, and human traffickers, cocaine trade. Kamla Persad-Bissessar supports the U.S. policy against the narco-terrorists because she wants to keep our country safe. She wants to make it attractive for Caribbean people, international guests to come and enjoy our carnival, our culinary delights, our beaches in Tobago, and spend money and earn capital, foreign direct investment, and US dollars for our people to live comfortably. When she is supporting and protecting her people, Ralph Gonsalves decides to jump out himself and attack Kamla Persad-Bissessar, the Honorable Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, who is doing her duty, who is living up to her oath to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, who gave her a landslide mandate, obliterating the PNM, the Red Party, the Friends of Roosevelt Skerritt, beating them so badly they still cannot get over that political tabanka. Ralph Gonsalves jumps out and attacks Kamla Persad-Bissessar, calling her misguided and unstateswomanlike. Well, you know, didn't I just tell you, leave my leader alone? So I heard that and I was wondering and listening, and I listened to it and I read it and I said, but where and why does this passion and this venom come against my prime minister? And when I went and did some checking in my mailbox and so on, I saw why that Ralph Gonsalves had benefited in Trinidad and Tobago to the tune of some 4.5 million TT dollars of luxury apartments and housing for his family. And they are subsidized no matter what the PNM said. The real value of the properties, for example, that his son Storm got at 1.96 million. The value of that is really 3.5 million paid for and built with taxpayers' dollars. The other one, that his wife, who had properties all over, who is a rich businesswoman, who has shopping. If you want to eat or buy alcohol in the airport in St. Vincent, you have to buy from She Store. This wealthy woman got a unit for 1.625 million TT, which was valued at $2.9 million. And then lo and behold, the third member of a family of 4 was so lucky. This student who was at UE, Soleil Gonzalez, the daughter of Ralph Gonzalez, got an apartment. She had no job. She had nothing. She was now going to get an OJT job from the PNM. She got one on a rent to own, Matt. Rent to own at 2,750 TT for 5 years. And then after the loss of the election, we have seen that they renewed it for another 5. So 10 years renting a luxury gated apartment for 2,750 T. For the people of Dominica, let me tell you something. Even if you go in the worst areas in Trinidad and Tobago, areas with the highest crime, lowest public service, the worst public utilities, electricity, poor infrastructure, you cannot rent a 1 room for that price. The normal price would be for something like that would be about 8,000 to 9,000 TT per month. She got it. Ralph Gonzalez's daughter got it for 2,750. So I got this information, and then I realized this is where his passion comes from. He's beholden to Rowley and the PNM. He has earned asset values, and he has received benefits from Rowley. And therefore, that is where he came from. And then I understood it. So I was going to drop the information in the Senate in my contribution to the budget. However, time ran out. And if you go to the Senate debate, you will see at the end, I say, Honorable Ralph Gonzalez, well, you're lucky because I run out of time. My 40 minutes up. And I will deal with you on doubles and coffee, which I did. Ralph Gonzalez, in his response now, decides, like Keith Rowley, to blatantly lie. So it's not a war of words. It's lies spelt in by Ralph Gonzalez out of his mouth. He lied. He had no answer. It was me, a junior minister, asking him about his connection and his love and his benefit that he received from Keith Rowley and the PNM, and asking him to account for his actions, his family's actions in accepting preferential treatment, filling out forms that may be questionable, and the police will investigate, because in Trinidad and Tobago, when you sign a declaration and you know that you put false information, that is a criminal charge. Furthermore, we wanted to know, since he benefited so much on the forms that his son filled out, there was a space for a BIR number. That's a Board of Inland Revenue number. That is the tax organization of Trinidad and Tobago. He signed on the declaration that he was making $25,000 a month, Trinidad and Tobago dollars, and therefore he would have been subjected to at least 18,000 of that being taxable income. Therefore, he should have a BIR number had he paid taxes, but that was left blank. So these were very cogent, pertinent questions asked by me of the Honorable Prime Minister Ralph Gonzalez and his family. He decided to go on a platform with his style that is akin to Keith Rowley and just concoct, manufacture, and lie, saying that UNC wants to get involved in St. Vincent and the Grenadines politics and the election, and that he has intelligence that UNC operatives were on the ground to impact and help the next party and so on. Total fabrication, totally dishonest, total concoction, total lies. I immediately did a video, Doubles and Coffee, and I said, Honorable Ralph Gonsalves, do not attack the UNC. It is me, the Dogra, Anil Roberts, the Minister in the Ministry of Housing, who is asking you specific questions about your relationship and your benefit with the PNM that got you a largesse from from the then government of Trinidad and Tobago. I say it had nothing to do with your election. I say stop lying on the UNC. We only have one leader, because when he was lying, he was sure to say, this is not the Prime Minister. This is not Kamla Persad-Bissessar. I'm not saying that she is involved. Well, let me tell you and the people of Dominica, Kamla Persad-Bissessar is a leader extraordinaire. There is no UNC, not me, not anybody else, that does any rogue intervention without her permission, her green light, and I say so. So if there was any intervention in any election there, she would have known and she would have deployed her assets. She did no such thing. So now this morning, Ralph Gonsalves has to wake up to the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, the Honorable Kamla Persad-Bissessar, saying to the Honorable Ralph Gonsalves, stop it, stop your lies, stop your concoction. No one of my party, nobody, no supporter is on the ground getting involved in your election. The election is for the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines to decide their future, their leaders, which way they want to go and what direction. So Ralph Gonsalves running to a hard slap from the #1 Prime Minister in the CARICOM now, Kamla Persad-Bissessar, who was just awarded the leader of the CARICOM award by the population and the diaspora. So he didn't listen. He gaslighting, playing games with his people. And that is what you get when you play the fool. So to Ralph Gonsalves, answer the question about the 3 houses you get, one for your wife, one for your son, one for your daughter. The information they put, if they pay taxes, how your daughter get rent out, when you plan to pay the 1.3 million so the taxpayers of Trinidad and Tobago could get 3 low-cost houses for people. Remember, Matt, Trinidad and Tobago, there's a housing crisis, my brother. People are paying rent. Hard-working people for a 1-room, 1-bathroom kind of place all across this country between $4,000 and $7,000 a month. We in the Ministry of Housing need to scrape every cent and start a massive construction drive so that our citizens can have a place to call home, that their children could study without rain wetting them, that the landlords cannot abuse them. And when we see that the PNM use resources to give a rich family richer thing, that is wrong. Because Rowley wanted the rich to get richer. Kamla Persad-Bissessar is about the resources of the government being used to help those most in need. And that is the issue. There is no UNC intervention in any election in St. Vincent. I see that there's Dominican parliamentarians over there on the platform. I see there are Barbados Labour Party people landing in the airport and pictures. There are no UNC. There is Anil Roberts asking Ralph Gonsalves about 3 high-end luxury apartments built with taxpayers' money that he and his family benefited from. Answer, Ralph.
But again, Anil, I'm hearing from your Prime Minister that it's only a matter of time before CARICOM implodes, warning against regional prime ministers cavorting around the region and interfering in affairs and elections of member states. What's your take on that?
Well, Dominica knows it better than anybody, my brother, because when the Dominicans were fighting for democracy, fighting for equality and opportunity, the CARICOM army, the CARICOM police came into Dominica and brutalized citizens, beat them. What was the name of that village that it escapes me right now?
Salisbury. Yes.
Correct. So you know it. We know it from the Brent Thomas case. And now we see it, that it's an old boys club. that they play games with politics and friendships and get involved when it should be the remit of the citizens of each country. So Dominicans know it better than us. We are now getting a taste. But let me tell you something. Our Prime Minister, Kamala Persad-Bissessar, don't play. She's a serious, strong woman. She's a woman who defeated Bastio Pandey, the greatest politician in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. She defeated Patrick Manning, another great leader and Prime Minister of this country. She defeated Keith Christopher Rowley, and she defeated the useless, hapless Stuart Smallpin Young. She's defeated all comers because she is brilliant, she's intelligent, she is heart-filled, she loves her people, and her policies are about those most in need.
Well, I'm hearing though that your prime minister is somewhat a lot of criticism saying that she has abandoned CARICOM.
She's not abandoned CARICOM. CARICOM attacking her. She's protecting her country. CARICOM is fast and out of place. The friends who are now helping Ralph Gonzalez, fast and out of place. Trinidad and Tobago has 622 murders. Matt, do you understand what that is?
I understand, yes.
622 murders in a little tiny country where blood flowing in the streets. If you go out and you sit down to have a meal, Matt, you could get a stray bullet and dead. This is not funny. Kamala Persad-Bissessar has said she is going to make our country safe again. We do not manufacture guns. We do not manufacture bullets. But yet every young little boy who don't have an opportunity or not brought up properly have a gun shooting it wild all over the place. Since Kamala Persad-Bissessar has come in 6 months, the murder rate is down 46%. We are not excited. We are not celebrating that. We want it down 80%. We want it down where Trinidad and Tobago could return to the days of beautiful calypso, women, carnival, and peace and love. Could bring back the church, bring back spirituality. So Kamala Persad-Bissessar is doing her work. Tell them CARICOM people, leave she alone. They attack her. They attacking her every minute with a madman from Venezuela and his ministers calling her all sorts of names. I don't hear them defending her. When the minister of Venezuela calls her a drunkard and a mad woman and all sorts of nonsense, where's CARICOM? With friends like that, you don't need enemies. So Kamala Persad-Bissessar is standing firm for her people, to keep us safe, to keep our children safe, to stop the blood shed in our streets. And if those who are playing games, renting, imagine Ralph Gonzalez didn't tell all you that Maduro embassy does pay he a monthly income, renting his wife mansion in St. Vincent. These people are corrupt. Their decisions are warped because of their personal benefit. Kamala Persad-Bissessar stands for her people, her children.
So you agree with her when she says CARICOM will implode at some time?
Well, if they keep going like that and making it into a pappy show of who like who and who is friend with who and who want who to win and who influencing who, let them continue. The people will reject anything that is not about the people. And if CARICOM is about an old boys club and an old girls club and Skerek friend is this one and that one, then the people will reject it. You know that, Matt?
Oh boy, somebody's saying, what about Trinidad's position right now in terms of the invasion of Venezuela? Your prime minister agree, your government agrees about the invasion there?
There's no invasion of Venezuela. Trinidad and Tobago, my prime minister has been pellucid. We support the USA's fight against narco-terrorism, drug cartels, drug transshipment, gun running, and human trafficking. The Prime Minister has stated that on 25 occasions. If stick break in people's ears, then I can't help them. Prime Minister Kamala Persad-Bissessar is against the drug runners and the gun runners that are killing her people and her citizens' blood in the street through that 7 miles of the Gulf of Paria. What the USA and Venezuela have, that is them business. That is not her business. Her business is Trinidad and Tobago's safety. She stands firm against drugs, cocaine, drug runners, gun runners, human traffickers, and those who are putting guns and bullets into the hands of her children of Trinidad and Tobago.
Mr. Anil Roberts, again, thank you very much. As always willing to share a conversation there. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
God bless. And tell your boy, star boy of stupidity, don't jump in we thing again because I will right here waiting. God bless.
God bless you. Yes, Anil Roberts, Senator Anil Roberts of the UNC. Following discussions there, comments as it relates to CARICOM leaders being told by his Prime Minister not to interfere or meddle in the internal affairs of member states. Yes, big article coming out there on from the CMC. Trinidad and Tobago's Minister Kamla Prasad Bisesa said it's only a matter of time before CARICOM implodes, warning against regional prime ministers converting around the region and interfering in affairs and elections of member states. She remarked in response to what she said has been a call by the media to respond to Ralph Gonzalez, claiming that the UNC operatives are involved in the St. Vincent and the Grenadines general elections. And of course, Coach, she said, I categorically refute and reject these allegations. Speaking at a rally of the Unity Labour Party in St. Vincent, Gonzalez said that some of the major differences between his party, which is seeking an unprecedented 6 consecutive term in office, and the NDP, is that the opposition party is financed by a set of people from overseas. Well, you just heard Mr. Senator denying this allegation. He called it lies. Gonzalez said the latest set of financiers ruling from the UNC party in Trinidad, meaning the party of Bisesa, they are now on the ground actively supporting the NDP, and all attempts to scare me and my family have been unsuccessful. The money men, many of the money men behind the UNC have an interest in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and they're prepared to send several operatives. And I want to tell you as I speak, operatives for the UNC in Trinidad have been here, and they're here right here as I speak. Don't be surprised if you see 1 or 2 foreign faces. Now, not to be very objective here, Mr. Ralph Gonzalez. Not that I want to interfere with your elections, but have you not invited other persons from foreign countries to your country? So what is this hypocritical comment about? So you alone can invite people. I find it very strange coming from Mr. Gonzalez. Comrade Gonzalez. Hello, talk to me, yes. 449-3095. Again, CARICOM will implode if this continues. This is the message there from Bisesa. Hello, talk to me on the telephone. Are you there?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Not you need somebody like Mr. Robert Trinidad. You need somebody like him. Yeah, trust me. Tell him the lies. Stop lying. Yogamati swap. If you like him, swap. Stop it. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. On the telephone, hello, talk to me, 157 already? Wow. Hello.
Mark, good afternoon to you, your listeners at home and abroad.
Good afternoon to
Of
you.
course, you know, you and I had that discussion, I think, earlier
A few days, yes, a few days ago, yes.
what was happening in St. Vincent.
Yes.
And I told you that will really affect CARICOM in a very big way. And in full support of the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, that CARICOM will implode at some point, because the leaders, they are not honest, they're not sincere, they're not about people, they're not about development that will empower people to survive independently. They're about tricks and for themselves. And if you notice this, parties like, I was in Dominica, there's a party in Dominica, the Unity Labour Party in St. Vincent, the St. Lucia Labour Party. These parties have a problem, they don't want to lose, and so forth. And I remember in the old days, you had the parties competing, and while the parties would put out their programs and go out there forcefully to win, there was no fear of leaders to lose, because they were not corrupt as we see today. And these leaders today are trying their utmost to protect their turf, Mark, and we know what the turfs are. Ian Douglas and a team of laborites are in St. Vincent. In the last election, they were there. Even, I will call his name Skronta was there. Even Skronta was there singing Calypso in the election before this one, and so forth. And I know that for a fact. I told you we have an organization in the region called the Caribbean Democrats Union. And yes, we work together as parties. We don't get involved in the open platform politics in those islands. What we do is we can ask you for some questions, some strategy, and you help behind the scene. And that is okay. I mean, a leader can come in at a convention time and address the party convention. That's not an issue. I mean, the last time we had an issue with Mayor Motley, because she was chairman of CARICOM. And we have had examples where leaders before did not go and address opposition parties rally or government rally. In that case, when they were at the helm of the leadership of CARICOM and so forth. Now, a few days ago, Ralph Gonzalez himself said openly to the media in St. Vincent that the election on the 27th, he's going to win the election and sworn in quickly after that, the election, so he can go to St. Lucia to help the St. Lucia Labour Party to retain office power. And he said so openly. And he's the Prime Minister of St. Vincent. I told you in the election before in St. Lucia, when Compton came back, Ralph was on the platform openly in the campaign, and he called Compton names. He said Compton should be looking for diapers and looking for pampers, or looking for office. And the St. Lucians were very upset. I mean, what I like about St. Lucians, whether they are Labour or not, if you say something about a St. Lucian in that case, then they put you in a different zone, and so forth. And Ralph Gonzalez had to run himself out of St. Lucia because of that statement. Tony Astafan was there some elections ago, that was 2011, and he was on the platform and said certain things. And the people of St. Lucia, the Laborites there, were very upset and told their party, never bring this guy back there. He hustled himself out of St. Lucia because of the statement he made on the platform. And I remember Guy Joseph in the UWP in St. Lucia came and told Tony, go and shake his bag where he said school in Dominica, and so on. So these guys are behaving in a way that is not for people, not for the region, but for themselves. And Anil this morning was very eloquent as usual. I listened this morning when you were with him, but I got 2 long calls from overseas. I had to take it, and therefore I had to put you all off. But I heard the full statement on your a while ago. You played it, replayed it, and so on. So what I want to say is that we, the people in the Caribbean, who believe in democracy, in good governance, in people's upliftment, we have to band together now to fight this political evil that is destroying the Caribbean, destroying our respect, our culture, and our ability, Matt. And we have to do that in the interests of our country and its democracy. Otherwise, our country will explode and our people will be living in ignorance. And I can tell you, politics before, and Matt, you know, politics before, you had fight, you had competition, but there was never a hatred among the politicians. I remember Matt Douglas, we see what he say, and after that, he's back with us in Parliament there, shaking hands and talking and so forth. And since this guy came into government, there's a hatred. People hate opposition. They hate you. You don't support their party. They feel strong for you when you pass. They say things like, I live in Jimmy, I heard a lady one day on my case. I was in my room and hear her shouting my name after the matter we had on the 19th of March in Rosedale. So that's how it comes in Dominica. And unless we can band together as good people, our region go to the dogs. And of course, as the Prime Minister of Trinidad said, CARICOM will really become a mess. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, my very good friend. I've
Yes.
been listening to you. I've been listening to this gentleman from Trinidad, you know. He said, oh, they disrespect the Prime Minister, his Prime Minister. But Matt, on the other hand, he forget he was the one that came to Dominica and disrespect our Prime Minister too. Call him starboy of stupidity and the supporters of the UWP in Dominica were so happy they embraced him so much. I'm not supporting the people that maybe disrespect the Prime Minister of Trinidad, you know, calling her drunk kid. I'm not supporting that. But what about when he came to Dominica and disrespect Skerrit? So what is he talking about now? You know what I'm saying? He was the one that disrespect our Prime Minister, and it was okay for him to disrespect Roosevelt Skerrit, calling him starboy of stupidity. And now he's talking about people who disrespect his Prime Minister. As I tell you, I'm not supporting that they disrespect the Prime Minister of Trinidad. But he disrespect our Prime Minister too. So what is he talking about? Have a blessed morning, my brother.
Well, I sent that voice note to Anil. Of course, I need to hear both sides. Whether he felt that he was disrespecting our Prime Minister, Anil. Let me see if I can get Anil and his response there. Let's see, Anil Roberts. I think yes. I think we think so. I think so. Yes. That was Anil's response to this caller from St. Thomas. This one.
Yes, I came to Dominica after Skerrit came to Trinidad and drew first blood. Skerrit came to Trinidad and attacked our leader and our party, the opposition UNC, on our soil. So tell the gentleman I responded. I did not start the fight. It was started by Roosevelt Skerrit.
So, Owen, you got a response, huh? At 2:04 is the afternoon time. This is the Talk on the Block. If it's on the block, we'll talk about it. Yes, good afternoon to you. Sorry, you missed that call. I'm not always successful, trying to strike the balance here. You also, I think, in some commentary, Mr. Senator Anil Roberts had this to say also. I guess you may have missed that one. Anil Roberts, let's listen a bit, man.
Doubles and coffee. The Honorable Ralph Gonzalez. I try to warn you. I try to tell you, don't go down the road of keep Christopher Rowley and the PNM, of pathological lies in an election. I told you, I tell you, stop it. But you went back on the platform again to talk about United National Congress from Trinidad and Tobago operatives being on the ground and so on and so forth. And they want to come into your election to turn it in a way so they could get land. And I told you, you're lying. Ralph Gonzalez, I told you, when you lie, you just do so. That you was lying. That when you said UNC operatives come in, that you have intelligence, that they come in. When you were doing that, and the Douglas didn't tell you, stop it. Well, look what you did now. You try to lie and take the #1 Prime Minister in the CARICOM right now, the lady who has won the hearts and minds of Caribbean people across the diaspora, Kamla Persad-Bissessar, now had to put you in your place. Because Ralph, you're a prime minister, and when I'm a prime minister, talk people that take them serious, even though they're pathological and they just lie like Keith Rowley, your good friend. So members of the media call the Honorable Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago to ask her about if any operatives of the UNC are involved in the election on the ground of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And she said a categorical no. Exactly what I told you, that she is the general of the UNC. And if you try to say, well, not the prime minister of the UNC, not Kamla Persad-Bissessar, but UNC, you start wrong. Because the UNC is a disciplined party with one general, one leader, no rogue elements to go and do nothing, especially something so critical as going on the ground to assist some other party to help in a sovereign nation's election. Kamla Persad-Bissessar is not of that. She's a woman of class, a prime minister of class, a diplomat. She understands foreign policy and relations. She understands CARICOM. Even though CARICOM attacks her for trying to protect her people, she is a Caribbean woman and a Caribbean leader. So now you forced her to correct the record and make you look like an imbecile, that you're just concocting and talking nonsense about UNC operatives on the ground, that you get intelligence. Anything from Rowley could not be intelligent anyway. Rowley is a blithering dunce, and you are going down the same pathway of Rowley because stick break in your ears. So Kamla Persad-Bissessar, the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, in response to questions from reporters based on what you said on the platform twice. The first time you said it, I did a doubles and copy. I said, Ralph, stop it. Stop the lying. Stop the nonsense. UNC is not involved in any election in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I told you I am the only UNC who asked you any question, and the questions were simple. How you get preferential treatment for 3 high-end luxury housing units from the Housing Development Corporation of Trinidad and Tobago. And it was the information your son put on the form correct. Where was it and what is his BIR number? How much taxes did he pay in Trinidad and Tobago while operating as the CEO of Go Get Ya? How much tax he paid? Does he have a BIR number? When your daughter was a student, how was she able to get a luxury open market property on rent to own? Do you know at least 75 citizens in the last 10 days have called me, found my phone, or messaged me on Messenger to ask if that rent to own thing exists, because they want to take it, they want to get it. If they could get an opportunity to live in a gated community, high-end property with a whole highway coming straight up to the gate, they want to pay $2,750 per month for 10 years and then get the opportunity to buy it for $1.3 million. Citizens all over this country want that sweetheart deal, Ralph. I asked you simply, pay the country the money because we need the money. Yes, you called our money monopoly money, you disrespectful, Ralph. But pay we with monopoly money, 1.3 million, I told you, so we could go and build 3 houses, low-income houses at $400,000 each for the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago who require it. Those were the questions asked to you, Ralph. You and your rich family. We found out after that you have shops in your airport and mall and speedboat and big boat and mansion and condominium development with 39 condominiums all over St. Vincent, Miami, and the Caribbean. But yet you come to the PNM to get preferential treatment here. That was the issue, Ralph. UNC not interested in your election, Ralph. So don't be scrambling, don't be desperate, and don't be lying, because look what you do now. First, it was only the Douglas, a junior minister in the Ministry of Housing in Trinidad and Tobago, asking your questions. Now, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago has put you in your place and told you to stop the lies, stop accusations, stop gaslighting your population to try to fool them to vote for you. Kamla Prasad says, I had no desire whatsoever to answer you or to say anything. But you forced her because you doubling down and tripling down on your live platform after platform. There are no pictures. Show who UNC. Who is UNC there? The intelligence. I see pictures of people from other parties, from other friendly prime ministers of CARICOM coming across to help you. That's what I see, Ralph. You see, when you are a liar, then evidence comes out and you are afraid of what you do, the shenanigans you do, the lies you perpetrate on the population. Which prime ministers of the Caribbean are helping you? How many people from what Labour Party, from which country landed in your airport, and there are pictures, evidence and names? What MP from Dominica was on your platform? Dominica? Isn't Dominica a sovereign nation? And Hannah, isn't it ironic that I complained about 3 prime ministers getting involved in Trinidad and Tobago politics because they don't understand how to keep their mouth shut? And they were. Roosevelt Skerritt of Dominica coming here when we had a local government election and attacking the UNC and saying we only making political mischief about the Brent Thomas issue and telling us that Rowley is a better man and a nicer man than we know, and we live with that scum. We didn't need Roosevelt Skerritt, who had to use CARICOM soldiers and forces on the people in Dominica to silence them when they were protesting against undemocratic process. And you now have a member of his government, a member of his cabinet on your platform and accusing the UNC, lying on the UNC. Well, Kamla put you in your place. You see, you get some hard slap from the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. It's good for your Ralph. I try to warn you. I tell you, just pay the money. You know you got preferential treatment. You know some of the information on the phone before you get your storm and them to come and say, oh God, sorry, me make a mistake, some kind of thing. You come to talk about UNC coming to get involved in your election. The next one, who did not tell us and refused to tell us which PNM minister, whether it was the Prime Minister, the head of the National Security Council, Keith Christopher Rowley, or Fitzgerald, Talbot, Narcolepsy, Sleepy, Sativa, ride a horse with an 8-year-old boy in the lap, wooden ladder Hines, who requested of the Barbados government permission for a CARICOM jet to land with Trinidad and Tobago police officers to kidnap Brent Thomas in Barbados. Mia Amoma, they refused to answer. She cannot answer. They admit liability. They admit they were wrong. They admit it was negligent. There was no paperwork. There was no natural justice. There was no extradition. But she wouldn't tell the truth on the PNM. Now I see that members of her party on the ground helping you, and you lying on the UNC. You are really a PNM. You are like Rowley. You are like Smallpin. You are like Coleman Butt. Birds of a feather flock together. I told you to stop lying. I didn't learn how you does lie. When you say, well, I'm telling you, listen to me now. They are UNC representatives. I got the intelligence. On the ground in St. Vincent. They're landing tomorrow with the communication specialist from the UNC who lives in the USA to come and help the NDP. Lie, and lie, Ralph. And you double down. And now you get 2 carpet, 2 slap, 2 tap on your head from a leader, from a stateswoman, a woman who has issues to deal with here in Trinidad and Tobago, but media hounding her down to talk and answer about your lies. I told you to stop it, Ralph. You handle your election. Good luck, Ralphie boy. But let me tell you something. And one thing I know about people, when people make you out, even though you fool them for a long time, 10 years, 15 years, 25 years, once they make you out, and once they're laughing at you, I know it's all over, no matter where you are. No matter where in the world, whether in the USA, Canada, Europe, Australia, Asia, wherever you are, when people make you out and stick break in your ears, pain is coming. So you enjoy your friendship with those who are of your ilk, but leave the UNC, leave the Honorable Kamala Prasad, the Sessa and her party out your mouth. You hear me, Ralph? Ralph, I have issues to deal with here in Trinidad and Tobago. Don't want to talk about you, Ralph. Go and bend your knee and wind down low and bring somebody to sing a song to make people vote. Now go now. You kind of dotish politics. Go and play that and leave the UNC out your mouth, boy, Ralph. Let it be.
All right, boy, that's fire there for Ralphie. Stay away. And making the accusation against one party, not to interfere, but you're allowing your friends to interfere there in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Huh? What a story. Again, that was Arnold Roberts out of Trinidad and Tobago. Our second salvo there. So take your phone calls. We have a stuff coming up. At 2:45, we'll take your phone calls. Hello, talk to me. What?
Good afternoon,
Talk on the block. Hello, talk to me. Yes.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
That caller that keeps saying that Anil is insulting Roosevelt Skerrit. But wait a minute now. How many times has Roosevelt Skerrit insulted the opposition here? You remember he had a conference schedule, the last of the conferences that took 10 years or whatever before they had another one.
Mm-hmm.
He called the opposition these bastards. You know, Matt, to me that's an insult, especially when it's coming from somebody we don't know who his father is. You don't know who your father is. You're living in a glass house and you're calling people bastards. People who are born out of wedlock, you're calling them bastards. And that's only one example, Matt. There's so many. I won't get into it, but I want to send a message to that caller that Skerrit has to look at himself before he looks at others, because he's the most insultive prime minister I have ever heard in Dominica. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you too. Good afternoon. Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
I had a horrible experience in Dominica. I came Dominica for Creole Festival.
Oh, I know that story. You'll tell me again. Find the time to tell me when it's right, huh? We're not going on there in terms of the timing. Maybe on Wednesday next week I'll play that voice note. Okay. On the telephone is 219. Yes. Yes.
Good afternoon.
My brother, how you doing? How are you?
I am doing very, very well.
Okay.
And have been observing and sometimes laughing.
Is that Pastor Rodney?
That is Randy Rodney. That's me.
Dr. Rodney. Oh, good afternoon to you.
Yes, sir. You know, it is something else. You know, you have this St. Vincent matter with Ralph Gonzalez and Anil Roberts' response. From Ralph's perspective, quite frankly, it is laughable. You went ahead and make statements about the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago because you feel that you are Ralph Gonzalez. She didn't answer you. Junior Minister in Housing answered you. And no doubt, Anil Roberts answered Ralph Gonzalez because he is the junior minister in the Ministry of Housing Faculty. So he has just become that minister, yes, but the information is right before him. Some of these leaders do not know when to shut up, if you ask me. So Anil makes that statement. If I was in Ralph Gonzalez's place, I ain't saying a word, not a single word, because the more you speak is the more you sink. The more you wriggle is the more you sink. Right? The facts are before you. Just leave that alone. When these people, these prime ministers in Carriacon, get to be at that place where they feel that the position of prime minister was gifted to them by their grandmother or their nenen. They just feel that they can tell anybody what they want when they want. And Mr. Skerrit is no different. I heard the gentleman, I don't know who it is, I don't know the name of the guy, you talk about him all the time, and say that Anil Roberts insult Roosevelt Skerrit. If you ask me, he didn't. Roosevelt Skerritt, if you listen to that press conference, but I don't know if you did listen to it in Trinidad, Roosevelt Skerritt really made himself look, less than educated, if I put it that way, so that this guy don't think I'm insulting my prime minister. He made himself look less than smart because the facts were there. Yet, in order for you to make your friends look good, you say that the opposition, a long term of it, were forming the fool. They didn't know what they were about. It was just a political nonsense, which is what Mr. Skerritt does in Dominica all of the time. And not very many of us have the gall or the balls, if you like, to say to him, no, sir, you lied. That is wrong. Anil Roberts had the courage, even as an opposition parliamentarian, to tell Roosevelt Skerritt that what he said was untrue. Now, nobody has come to say that Anil Roberts was wrong. Not even Mia Mottley. Because he also implicated Mia Mottley in this whole saga with the Impact plane and everything else. None of them said a word, right? Because they know what the truth is. There was a judgment in that regard. And Mr. Skerritt maybe didn't know or just felt that he could say what he wants as usual, and he is Roosevelt Skerritt. Maybe four-star general, like Gonzalez. These politicians, the Caribbean people have to wake up and tell these politicians enough is enough and pack up and go. Because this is not some estate your father left for you that you own, right? So both Gonzalez, for example, and Mr. Skerritt says that there are power-hungry people outside. They're looking for power. But you have it for 20 years and 25 years. In Gonzalez's case, I think it's 26 years. And you mean you calling somebody else hungry for power? Of course they have to be hungry for power. Because you hold it for yourself. You take the whole bone, you take the dog, you take the rope, you take everything for yourself. So much you're hungry for the power. And you don't want anybody else to get a bite of it, as though it is yours. I mean, it is time that we Caribbean people rise up. And these are the guys who just jump on something and shoot.
What about the position there by the Trinidadian Prime Minister that you think CARICOM might implode given what is happening around the Caribbean?
But when the Caribbean people begin to see what is really happening, CARICOM will implode. Because once the boys' club begins to be amplified a little bit more than it is now, right, it will implode. If Dominicans, those of us in this lovely Commonwealth, right, had half, if 100 of us had half the guts of Anil Roberts, guess what? We would have done something about the RSS that Roosevelt Skerritt got to come on our backs and shoot people and tear gas people not once but twice. Right? We would have done something about it. How did he get that to happen? Is a question that will be answered one of those days. Because my understanding, Matt, is that there is a procedure to get the RSS into a participating country. You can't just pick up your phone and say, I have some opposition people that are messing me up, they're in the RSS. There's a procedure in place for that. And one of those days, just like Anil Roberts could uncover the whole thing with the housing situation in Trinidad with Ralph Gonzalez, one of those days, somebody is going to pick up that file and say, that is what really happened. Somebody called to say, look, I have to win this election there, and I need the RSS to shut these fellas up. Maybe that's what the call was. Is there some documentation? Was there a proper request? Was due process carried out for that to happen? Was there a situation in Dominica that merited the RSS? Right? So when you look at it, it will cause CARICOM to improve, because once the structures of an organization like CARICOM begin to fall apart, because the people within it think that is their own kitchen and they can cook when they want and do what they want, it is going to implode. And one of the things I've said many times before is CARICOM has proven that it is a boys' club, right, that don't care two hoots about the people. They care about their own benefits as leaders and the longevity of them staying in office. That's what it seems to be about. nothing but that. Mark, what happened to Haiti? What has CARICOM done? When there were issues with the election in Guyana, CARICOM stayed outside and back outside a gate for some time, did nothing about it. What about the elections in Venezuela? Because those who were in bed with Maduro said nothing. The others, because their partners said nothing, they said nothing as well. The issue of guns and crime in the region is not a yesterday issue. It's not a yesterday issue. It's an issue that has been existing now for at least 2 decades. At least 2 decades, it's everything. If you follow the records, as the police, as the joint police of this region, they will tell you that the value of drugs that is being transshipped south to north in the Caribbean is more than most of the island's GDP or budget put together. Right? Now, when you think about that, okay, look at 50 to 52 million that Mr. Corbett boasted that they burnt.
46 million.
Of cocaine?
Yeah, of cocaine,
right?
I think around that. Yeah, it's 51, 40, 52. You're right.
No, let us suppose, Matt, that was a rail shipment. I don't know about what Mr. Corbett saying, because if you get that amount, that value of cocaine on the seas without somebody with it, somebody guarding it, somebody don't shoot you back or send a stone behind you, something is there are some questions to be answered as far as that's concerned. But let's keep that aside. Think about it. If you got that, do you know that just around the same time, there was about the same value of cocaine that was found in St. Vincent?
I heard that, yes. Right? I heard that.
Right? Okay, put that together, that's about $100 million like that. Begin to think, and don't begin to think of how much of that has been transshipped through the region. Now, put the act together. With cocaine, you have guns. You're bound to have guns with illicit drugs. You will always have guns with illicit drugs. Those areas are married. There's a nexus between drug use, right? Drug abuse, drug shipments, and crime. There's a nexus in that. And so when you think about what's happening in the Caribbean region, do you really think these Caribbean leaders don't know what's happening? Or you have to think, are there possibilities that there are people who know who these drug runners are and so on, but these drug runners are passing some funds or so there's an ease up on them? And those legitimate questions to be answered, Matt?
I think so.
So when Kamala says, and I like the way Anil puts it, Trinidad is having 600 and something murders a year. That's almost 2 murders a day. Right? Almost 2 murders a day. Okay? Go up to Jamaica. That's a little reduced or whatever the case is. But they are competing for number one as far as that's concerned. What has been happening in the region, in the islands between them? Isn't it true that the number of criminal activity, gun-related criminal activity, is increasing?
It's on the rise. It's on the rise.
Exactly. St. Vincent, St. Kitts, Nevis, isn't it? Right. So if you are not complicit in allowing that to happen through your waters in your territory, you will do something about it. Now, if you don't have the capacity and you have the U.S. that's willing to help you do something about it, won't you be willing to do something about it? Back up a little bit, Matt. Isn't it true that the U.S. was funding the war against drugs in the Caribbean through the police forces in the Caribbean at one point?
Yep.
So Kamala has done nothing wrong about a country. So for Ralph to say that about and any other leader, for me, is irresponsible, and it thinks that something is wrong with the boys club that is called CARICOM.
Thank you, Dr. Rodney. We have a few minutes. We'll start with Strick. Big production scheduled for tomorrow. That's in the next 15 minutes. Are you there? Hello, talk to me. Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, sir.
This is Bernard Morrow from Accra.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you. I would like to ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Where is the headquarters of ALBA?
Of ALBA?
Yes, ALBA.
I think I think Venezuela. I think maybe Venezuela.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the headquarters of the RSS?
RSS. I think the last was in Barbados.
All right. I would like Maduro to make a demand that Alba participate in that.
You've been saying that for the whole week. You're very serious about that, huh?
I am very, very, very serious about it because I want a few of them that arrest us in that protest with big guns. Because James and some three other police arrest me with some big guns. I want them to go and use that big gun. I want them to use that big gun in Venezuela.
All right, my brother. All right, hello, talk to me. You know, I was asking a police officer, do you want to go to Venezuela? Just yesterday. Said, me. 449-309-59697. Maybe we should ask all hands who want to go to Venezuela, please volunteer. We'll see how many hands are raised. Hello, talk to me on the telephone, yes? It's Police Week. Are you there, caller? Are you there, yes?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'd like to make a point here.
Yes, sir.
And it has to do with the implosion of the CARICOM. Because once you have this unity between, I think, Belize, St. Vincent, Barbados, Dominica, where the leaders are trying to monopolize elections, assisting each other. What happens when a non-Labour party is in power and you have another prime minister from another party? What happens? And that is where the implosion is going to come in. Because there's preference, then you would have the guy in power supporting the guy that's not in power on the other island and working hard to get him back in. And because of that, other institutions like the CCG and other institutions of the CARICOM are all compromised. And we are seeing what is happening. Look at the length of time one prime minister sits here. He sits in St. Vincent, 20-odd years, and still not satisfied, still not wanting to have free and fair elections. Where are we going? Our people need to open their eyes and get involved and organize and make sure we have. And you follow those elections to the ballot box. Even when the night of the election, you have to follow the ballot box because you don't know what is happening. There is just too much corruption in that regional institution.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Just a notice there that Esmat Supermarket wishes to inform valued customers that the supermarket will be closed on Sunday, November 23rd, 2025. Esmat thank you for your continued support and understanding as we work behind the scenes on something big and exciting just for you. Esmat Supermarket, serving you better. Again, Esmat Supermarket wishes to inform its valued customers that the supermarket will be closed on Sunday, November 23rd, this Sunday, 2025. Thank you for your continued support and understanding as we work behind the scenes on something big and exciting just for you. Esmat Supermarket, serving you better. We have 10 minutes before next stop. Somebody suggesting that Mr. Rav Gonzalez, if he wins, he might hand it over to his son. Somebody said, man, oh, no questions of show hands. All those sent to Dominica, to Salisbury, the RSS should be sent to Haiti and Venezuela. Somebody says the leaders are gambling with the lives of the Caribbean people. They're like piranhas, eating through region's peace, but they talk about region of peace, huh? Are you really serious about that?
What you're looking for is our best price. What you're looking for is our best price, best price. Everything is nice, and oh, you will love the price. Convenient and easy, make shopping breezy.
The luxury of everything in one supermarket located on the riverbank with parking. Best Price open daily all week with home store decor for every room, pharmacy for all prescriptions and over-the-counter medication, supermarket for all your grocery items, fresh produce and frozen.
What you're looking for is all at Best Price. What you're looking for is value.
It's Kaiso! Yes, the Calypso season is upon us. Saturday, December 13, 2025 at the Factory, Valley Road. Only $20. 8 o'clock, sitting only $30. Come here at the beginning of the season and make sure you're there till the end. Many Calypsonians will be competing. Only 12 gladiators will make it. The grand eliminations for the 2026 Calypso season. Saturday, 13 December 2025. Remember, 8 o'clock at the Factory. Come here, the funny songs, the serious songs, political songs, everything. Bring your family, bring your friends, bring your dog and come. Kaiso!
Oh, you, I just meet Goldwyn in Roseau again. Same place outside Flossie's. I tried to dock in, but he had time see me. Where? Story start again. Man, lot of my power we got, huh? Talk fella. I said the same thing you doing, shopping at Flossie's. And you don't have to tell me the same thing you tell me last time because I'm busy. It's to hear him way. You reckon? About my pocket, boy. I won't tell you that I save money in food and drinks when I buy quantity. I save more. Oh, shucks, man. Well, when you're still telling me, I know already. To pack a spetting why? But it could him up pepper palais. I will tell all my friends from London, US and Dominica to come to Flossie's, right next to the Rosa Market. Open Sunday to Saturday. Flossie's can't do but 2 years.
I wanna drink Dominica, that's rum with you. I wanna drink Dominica, that's rum with you. Get the body, drink it every day. Give me energy, alright, my power. Get the body, drink it every day. Give me energy. Time today, we went. Okay, oh, my body, my knee, who's ready, full energy. My body, my knee, who's ready, full energy. Okay, boom. Distributed by Belfast Estate Limited. Drink it, but don't abuse it. Okay, boom. Johnny's Pharmacy is bringing vibes to health with Health Vibes. Health Vibes. Each and every Wednesday from 10 to 11:30 a.m. with your host, Trudy Kristen, and co-host pharmacist Jacinta Fagan and Leona Jeremiah. Education, information, and a bit of humor. And not forgetting lots of vibes. Jolly's Pharmacy is bringing health and vibes together with Health Vibes. So be sure to tune in each and every Wednesday on Q95 from 10 to 11:30 a.m. Jolly's Pharmacy, leading the way in healthcare.
www.bymothers.com. No standing in line, no wasting your time. Bymothers.com. Just order online, everything will be fine. Bymothers.com. As soon as you click, you'll be getting it quick. Bymothers.com. It's like having the entire store at your fingertips. www.bymothers.com.
It's Kaiso. Yes, the Calypso season is upon us. Saturday, December 13, 2025 at the Factory, Valley Road. Only $20. 8 o'clock, seating only $30. Come here, the beginning of the season. And make sure you're there till the end. Many Calypsonians will be competing. Only 12 gladiators will make it. The grand eliminations for the 2026 Calypso season. Saturday, 13 December 2025. Remember, 8 o'clock at the Factory. Come here, the funny songs, the serious songs, political songs, everything. Bring your family, bring your friends, bring your dog and come. Kaiso.
During the hurricane season, if you are evacuating, leave early so that you are not stranded by flooded roads, fallen trees, wires, and traffic jams, and make sure you have enough fuel in your vehicle and follow routes and highways. A message from Q95 FM Radio.
All you, I just meet Goldwyn in Roseau again. Same place outside Flossie's. I tried to dock in, but he had time see me. Where? Story start again. Million, lot of my power we got, huh? Saga fella, I said the same thing you doing, shopping at Flossie's, and you don't have to tell me the same thing you tell me last time because I busy. It's to hear him way. You reckon? About my pocket, boy. I won't tell you that I save money in food and drinks when I buy quantity. I save more. Oh, shucks, man. Well, when you're still telling me, I know already. Tu paga spete moi. But it could even pay for palais. I will tell all my friends from London, US and Dominica to come to Flossie's. Right next to the Rosa Market. Open Sunday to Saturday. Flossie's can't do it Tuesday.
They're smooth.
And then there's Guinness Smooth.
It's a brand new cool.
Incredibly smooth.
Perfectly balanced.
For a smooth and refreshing taste.
How smooth? Well smooth. Guinness Smooth.
For a smooth and refreshing taste. New Guinness Smooth. Must be 18 years or older. Drink responsibly. Socialize responsibly.
Locally distributed by Belfast Estate Limited.
The Alwyn Bully Foundation, Inc. and La Coup des Arts de la Dominique, Inc. celebrates Alwyn Bully's 77th birthday with the Golden Jubilee production of Streak at 8 p.m. on Saturday, November 22nd and 7 p.m. on Sunday, November 23rd at the St. Gerard's Hall. Tickets cost $75 and are available at Bullseye Pharmacy and Jay's Bookstore or via Mo Banking at email alwynbullyfoundation@gmail.com. You can also send an email for special price for groups of 10 or more. Streak, a masterpiece theatrical production of the 1970s. Come and get a history of Dominica and be entertained with drama, dance, song, and poetry in Streak. This is the last opportunity before the curtains.
All right, Dominica, we're here. Streak this weekend on again. And of course, in the house with us, I expect us to be joined by Mrs. Wicks in a minute. We have a member of the production team. Remember Gobert? Many years ago, Green Gold, Mr. Severin McKenzie. He's part of the production team of this major play called Streak, which will be on tomorrow. Is it tomorrow and Sunday, sir?
Yes.
Tomorrow
22nd and Sunday the 23rd, which is actually Alwyn Bully's, would have been Alwyn Bully's 77th birthday, which is Sunday 23rd November.
And all of this is in his honor.
Yes, remembering the great Dominican and par excellence.
Give us a peek into that play, because a few people have been talking about it, but not all have had the experience that have seen the play itself. Tell us about it. A little peek.
I suspect you were not born yet.
I was not born. Yes, I was born in 70 as a little boy. They would have to escort me.
1975.
Yes, I was maybe 5 years old. Maybe.
I thought you were 20 already, man.
No.
Yeah, 1975. Alwyn actually produced this first full-length play. He had done some one act, and he had actually done something with Daniel Codera, I think, 1972. Speak Brother Speak. And you know who was actually starring in Speak Brother Speak?
I don't remember that one.
Roger Affoley.
Really?
You know who's Roger Affoley?
I think I know the name Affoley. I don't know who's Roger.
Roger Affoley is right now known as Shabazz.
Oh, okay. That's a long time ago.
Yes, Shabazz, in fact, was one of Dominica's leading actors in the early 70s.
So what has happened to him?
You know, he changed the faith and then and he changed the name. So maybe Roger Affoley went into the canals of history.
Maybe we should have a rebirth of
yeah, maybe one of those days you could speak to Shabazz and ask him, if he would want to go back to the past, or he just leave that alone.
Maybe I'll try.
Yeah.
So yes, about the Streak.
But in 1975, Alwyn came out with Streak as the first masterpiece, and it was the first real local Dominican play that actually captured, after Speak Brother Speak, really, that captured the pulse of Dominica, because it was actually focusing on the events of 1974 with the Rastafari movement, or the Dread movement, the Dread Act, the killing of the killing of this white guy, John Jurasek, the Fortune Hotel, for which Desmond Trotter and Roy Mason were charged, and Desmond Trotter was actually convicted of murder. Yeah, and they launched this Free Desmond Trotter campaign, and finally, I think Trots was freed. We wouldn't go into all this thing. It's not about it. But it was, the movement for New Dominica, MND, the Black Power movement, the fire that took place in Roseau that burnt down the Nassif store, which is right now the ruins.
Okay.
The Grand Bay Uprising and the Geneva Estate. So all these things.
You know, as you say that, I keep saying that on the radio all the time. The history of the 70s, I think that have to be chronicle.
Yeah. I mean,
why is somebody not writing that?
No, well, if you go and look at, if you go to Sistrick, you're going to get a nice piece of Dominica's history during that period, because Alwyn was able to put all these things together in that play. And this is why it actually was considered a masterpiece, because the way he tied up everything. In fact, I think it was in 1974, some guy committed suicide. And the suicide note that he left is too much worries for one man.
Oh, interesting.
And Alwyn was able to capture even that and put it into the play. And the audience was able to relate with it. I mean, today, it's, when you say it in the play, a number of people are going to remember, and particularly the young people are going to be able to identify with it. But this was what Alwyn was able to do with Strick, putting all those things together. For example, the two main protagonists, the lead actors, is actually a young worker who works at the bank. And it was it was just about the end of the 60s, early 70s, that persons with the color of our skin, would actually get jobs in the bank, because you had to be fair skin or light skin for you to work in this bank. Yeah, Mike used to call it a different name, but you have to be politically correct these days.
All right.
So it also spoke about Dominica's statehood and the move towards independence, because we're talking about 1975, and so it's just so many things. And I think in trying to put all these things together, today doing the play in 1975 when they did it, I mean, the play ran for over 3 hours, and nobody said anything. They sat down, enjoyed the play, and I mean, called for encore and encore and encore. And, they just kept on repeating this play weekend after weekend, and they traveled to all parts of Dominica with it, and also some of the other Caribbean islands. So fast forward to 2025, the play was originally done at the St. Gerard's Hall. And we have to go back to the St. Gerard's Hall. But the conditions at the St. Gerard's Hall were worse or inferior to what it was in 1975. Because you can remember the candidate for St. George's Hill, they actually converted it to the chapel, Catholic Church Chapel. And the stage, they had done some, they reduced the size of the stage, they had to remove the side wings and all those type of things. So we had to actually go to the St. George's Hall and build back the stage, put some backstage, and do quite a number of things, bring in lights, bring in song, so quite a number of things that we had actually to do. In fact, this production actually cost him over $60,000.
$60,000.
Over $60,000.
So that has to be a big production.
No, it's a good big production. What we were able to do is to put, but we were able to put together a cast of characters that really we have worked hard over the since May, 7 months, putting this play together. So it's a lot of work. Because whereas Alwyn was able to put the play together with the People's Action Theatre, with that was really a well-organized theatre group, we actually had to just go and try to get persons who were willing together and bring them in. So, we have, and we ended up with a nice cast, we have Janet Jackson, she's a lawyer. Then we have and we actually double casting. So we have Janet Jackson doing Jan on Saturday night, and then we have a young student from the State College also doing Jan on Sunday night. We have Chad Jamor doing Ken on Saturday night, and we have Sky Bully doing Ken on Sunday night. So we tried something different, which many theater groups do not do, because what actually happened in theater normally, you would have main actors, and then the director would have some understudies just in case something happened to the main actors.
True.
Then the understudies would just fit in. But because we were not too sure as to whether we were going to get this level of commitment, because we did not have we were not working with an established group, we decided to go with double casting. So all those young people who actually presented themselves for the audition and showed a level of interest in the production, we decided to rope them in and decided, okay, we are going to double cast some of the main.
Well, what about the young people? Because we're talking about the 70s here. What about the young people who may be listening to this interview and saying, why should I go there? What is in there for me?
Man, what the young people would be able to do is to identify the level of consciousness that existed among the Dominican youths in 1975, or in the 70s, compared to the level of consciousness that exists now. The type of things young people were talking about in the 1970s. That if you open this type of conversations with some of the young people today, they're completely lost. What I mean? Yeah, it's so. But I think I think it was the social conditions that existed in the country, and we didn't have social media, so most people had to get their news from. Most people had to get their news from Radio Dominica at the time, or from BBC, or from the Chronicle, and there was maybe more. Yeah, you also had during this time a group of university grads who had just come back. So Alwyn himself had just come back from university. Para Riviere, Ron Green, Afi Mate. You just go naming, and these became activists who actually. So the Black Power movement actually raised a high level of consciousness within the young populations, and this is why, for example, there was this revolt at the St. Mary's Academy when the SMA students revolted, but they didn't revolt against the tie, but the use of the tie became a factor at the end. That
somebody saying there, man, even the revolt, and just mentioned it, even the revolt at the St. Mary's Academy, St. Mary's part of that history of the 70s. Oh yes, it must and should be written. And of course, Dilek just joined us. Julia Coffey is part of that production team too. I just asked Mr. Mackenzie a question: why the young people should come to that play? Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to everybody who's listening.
Yeah.
I think this is an opportune time for people to get a really nice slice of Dominican history, not as written by outsiders, but as seen through the eyes of the people who actually experience it. And sometimes when history is written to be taught in schools, certain things are left out. But if the young people come, then they can begin to understand what was the political climate at the time. And they can also see how people of different ages took action. Some people stood back, some people were very proactive. And one of the interesting things is that when the youth come, they may not want to believe that this play was written 50 years ago, because some of the issues that are addressed, they are still very pertinent today. And they may be actually wondering, well, if that happened 50 years ago, why is it that we're still facing those problems?
So they can compare and contrast, kind of thing.
Definitely. So they actually, it's like living through the experiences of others and really understanding how the mindset of the Dominican people have been impacted by the social events and how people have taken action and what resulted from those actions.
During Independence, you guys put on that play there. What is the story that you're hearing from those who have seen it? What's the reaction there?
No, people were very much satisfied. People were very much impressed. I mean, I think one of the main difficulties that we had was going back to St. Gerard's Hall with conditions worse than we were in the 1970s. So we had some glitches, with the sound system and technical. So, for example, we had a major glitch with the electricity.
Okay.
You have the circuit to go on just before the play about to start, and then we have to say, wow, we have to do this thing with bullseye, man.
Wow.
But then,
And then, Mr. Mackenzie, you have the uncomfortable chairs.
Oh, yeah.
Because we do not have an auditorium. Then the chairs that are put in there for people were not the best for sitting through a full-length production. But the people who endured that, they were quite impressed. They looked at the budding talents of our young people, because many of the people who took part in this play, they were not even born yet when Strick was staged for the very first time. And yet still they were able to rise to the occasion, understand their parts, and do it well enough. There was one particular person who was actually a cast member in the original Strick. And he came in there to look at how the youngster who was playing that same role would do. And he was quite impressed with the young man.
I am pretty impressed.
So am I.
No, really. And if anybody wants to see the play, they should just come to see this young fella play.
No, they just need to come and experience things.
Yeah, just come and see Stings perform a poem that Lennox Rock did in 1975. I am a Rasta man, a master man, a dark man, a whole man, a big man. And what I mean. And the way Stings did it in 1975, he captured the audience. Yeah. Up to today, we still call Lennox Rock Stings.
And sometimes that is how names stay with people. You perform
Your nickname,
a major role, and that name stays with you. So among the cast members, my name is no longer Delia. My name is Mrs. D.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and this young guy comes in now. So that is where Stings did it. I'm a Rasta man, a master man, a dark man, a this man. And then young Dylan Regis comes in and he gives one powerful performance of the same poem in a completely different way. And at the same time, captures
the attention
of the audience. That when he finishes it, everybody just.
When he came to take his last bow, man, he got a standing ovation. That's to tell you how powerful he was.
Yeah. So if there is one thing that we could walk away with doing Stings 50 years later, is discovering this young talent in Dylan Regis doing Stings. But not only Dylan, you have the others. You have Janet Jackson.
Oh, yes.
We
have quite a few young people. And for me, Matt, that is a sign of hope. Because as much as I would like to believe that I have a youthful spirit, I have to be realistic and realize that I'm closer to my expiry date.
There's a number.
Yes. And it gives me a sense of hope that we have this budding talent that can be nurtured. So when people like Sev and myself move on, then the art of theatrical performance can still be alive and well in Dominica. And once we have the space, then we can see, yes, we will have all of the other competing things, the television and this and that and so on. But there is a space for everything. Everything has its audience. And it would be sad for us to have an audience for drama and there is no drama.
I underline the word space. And what's going on with the Aragon culture?
Well, when you find out, you'll have to tell me.
Well, what do you think should be done with that space? That's the question.
To be honest, Matt, when we decided to do Strick, we got the assurance that Aragon could have been ready for November. So we went ahead. And even as late as the end of August, there was this big announcement that Aragon could be ready in September. And We were really encouraged and looking forward. And then right mid-September, the bad news comes out that Arawak will not be ready for some time. And we've got to go to the St. Gerard's Hall because it was almost impossible to cancel. So it isn't a nice thing because we had to put in 10 times more effort
And money.
to go up with this production, So, this is why, the cost of the production of the cost of saying the show could not have been less than $75 because you can only sit in just about 300.
So the cost is actually 75 as we speak.
It is
Yes,
$75.
$75.
What we have actually done is there is a special concession that we are making for students. So the students, there is a concessionary price of $50 for students. But we
So
really
can I become a student?
well, if you're a
Well,
student,
you have to bring
in your
proof.
ID,
Bring your proof and you can pass.
bring in your social security and your birth certificate.
Somebody's asking the question. Ask your guests moving forward. What is the goal and objectives of the Alwyn Bully Foundation, and what kind of legacy should we want to see of Mr. Bully for the young people?
Well, I mean, we do not have to go too far in trying to explain to people what Alwyn did for Dominica. Alwyn designed the flag. He came up with quite a number of productions to the extent that for the next 5 years, Matt, we're actually going to try to celebrate the 50th anniversary of Alwyn Bully's plays. So next year, if all goes well, God's willing, we may very well be doing Ruler in Iruna. That's 2026. That's 50 years of Ruler. In 2027, we have the 50th anniversary of two of Alwyn's plays, The Night Box and The Folk Nativity. And in 2028, we have P.O.P.O. And then we are not even going into Green Gold and Winds of Change and Jesus Christ Superstar and some of the other productions that day. But for the next 5 years, we may be, if we can muster the courage and the strength, we should be coming up with a production commemorating the 50th anniversary of Alwyn's Play.
Yes, another question coming to you, man. Ask the guys if they are planning to have a digital production of the play or a live television production. It needs to be on screen for preservation, to be replayed in drama competition in schools across the island. Copies of the show can be sold. Another idea.
Well, our publicity didn't touch this person apparently because the opening night on the 1st of November was actually we actually went pay-per-view on Multi Solutions. So it was actually pay-per-view. That persons could have actually log into Multi Solutions and see it. But we have a recording, and we actually go in, but we only have one recording. So we have the recording of the Sunday evening cast, of the Saturday evening cast.
Yes.
We do not have a recording of the Sunday evening cast. So this time around, we are going to do,
both nights?
making preparations to have a recording of both nights again.
But will it be available
No, it won't be. It won't be
this time?
No, it won't be pay-per-view.
Not this time. Somebody's saying, just to add to the discussion, we don't have too much time. Arawak will not be ready until the place is a mess and all the electricals and plumbing have to be redone. Government keeps lying about the whole project and something has to be done.
Yeah,
Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be Arawak, Mark.
It could be somewhere else.
We just need to have a space that is conducive for this. So yes, Arawak may have problems, but government needs to understand that a space needs to be created for that kind of production. It is not one of those wash your foot and come kind of things. There are certain things
Should I conclude and somebody might suggest that they don't care?
I wouldn't want to say that because I don't really know what's going on in people's heads.
Okay.
But maybe they do not understand the importance of this in the way it can impact people and touch lives and carry on our legacy. So maybe now that we've spoken a little bit about it, then maybe they might be more enlightened.
Let's take off a call just before we run out this afternoon. Hello, talk to me quickly.
Matt and your guest, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon. Yes.
I can give you I can give you all a good place or tell all you about a good place, or you can ask for it.
What place is that?
The house of Black Secret is empty there.
Maybe the acoustics might not be what we need.
Well,
But thanks for the suggestion.
I suspect we'll have to break a lot of walls so that we can get the place for the auditorium. But yeah, the location might be very good anyway.
The location.
Yeah, but Matt, so I mean, the whole thing about it is that I do not believe that there is sufficient attention being given to theater. And theater creates a certain level of class in the community.
Yes.
Because I mean, there is nothing
you can dress up and go.
There is nothing more satisfying that when somebody would say, "I'm going to see a play," which especially if it's a play that you could take the entire family, that you could dress up, and then you know that you're going to sit comfortably, and then you sit down and then you watch a good play.
It's like going to the movies.
Well, it's even better. It's even better than going to the movies, because the movies you're looking at a screen, but when you go to the theater, you're looking at people in real life acting. That they could then, when they take the final bow, that you could go and you could
actually
you could
interact
go to
with
them and say, you did a
You
good
can
job.
touch them. You can feel
Yes. And then, the kind of discipline that just being involved in such activities can instill in the actors and actresses and the production hands. You gain valuable skills that can last you a lifetime. So, I mean, there is actually no downside to being involved in theater arts. And this is what we need to encourage, because too often we cry about our young people getting involved in all sorts of things. But here you have something wholesome that our youth and even our older folk can get involved in. So we need to encourage that and create an enabling environment, create the space, create the resources so that this can be done and the entire Dominican populace can benefit from it. Because Strict should not be a Roseau thing. Strict should be able to travel to the communities where people are unable to come into town to see it. But the things have to be put in order so that it's not too costly.
And you have another chance tomorrow on Sunday.
In 1975, for example, I mean, we could take Strict to RBD Cinema in Portsmouth. We could also go to the youth camp at Londonderry and go to some other villages. Today, 50 years later, none of these
spaces don't
so
exist,
we can,
which is why
and it's a good thing we mention it, because we have been getting a lot of calls from persons in the community asking whether we'll be coming out. We cannot go out in the communities to perform because the set itself is complicated and very expensive. And there are not facilities in the communities to be able to do the play. So one of the things that we are trying to encourage people to do is, if they can organize themselves in groups of 10, we will give them concessionary prices on the tickets, and arrange with a bus driver. And if they come with more than just about 10 or more, we will arrange a free ticket for the bus driver himself, and then they could come down to see the play tomorrow or on Sunday. On Sunday we start at 7:00.
On Saturday, you start at 8?
On Saturday we start at 8.
Yes.
Yeah, and the reason why we start at 7 on Sundays is because we have some students of the State College, and some of them are having their projects to do. So, and we also want school children to come in to see the play. But
and then what I would also say, Mr. Mackenzie, there are some students who would love to be able to see the play because they actually study in theater arts at school. But because of the economic climate, their parents cannot pay. So if there's anybody who is moved that way to sponsor a ticket for a student, then they can let us know, and then we will just ensure that student gets to come in.
Yeah, I mean, and when you talk about the mastery of Alvin Bull in his writing, in this play Strict, it has poetry, it
Everything
has drama,
you can think of.
It has calypso, it has conte,
it has dance,
it has drumming. So all the various aspects of the performing arts are put together in this one
masterpiece production.
and I think we have succeeded well in getting the actors to deliver. And this was about me. This was my main personally. That was my main preoccupation. That we know that the script was a good script, but were we going to able to get the actors to deliver? And I must say that I'm very much satisfied that they have actually delivered, as we have seen in the first two performances, and that's why we have in the encore performances. And unfortunately, we are only going to have it tomorrow night and on Sunday before the curtains come down.
I want to say thank you for coming in this afternoon. Any final comments before you go? Because we have to wrap it up.
Yeah, well, for me, I'll just tell people, look, watch me. Theater is alive. We have quite a bit of talent in there. The 50th anniversary of Strick, the masterpiece of Alwyn Bully, is something that they should not miss. Come and see what Dominica was going through in the 1970s, particularly 1974, 1975. Yeah, if you want a piece of living history, come to see Strick, and then you will be able to identify with it. In fact, just before we go mad, there is this piece I want to inject with you. In 1970s, about that time, Kung Fu had actually taken over. It was just Chinese Kung Fu. And Alwyn made a statement in this play
so prophetic
as to why the Chinese were actually introducing Kung Fu in all these islands in the cinema, getting people to go and see. And for you to get a piece of it, you should come to see the play and to hear what Alwyn Bully had to write about in 1975 with regards to the penetration of the Chinese in 1975 in those islands.
Delia?
What I would say is, let it not be said that Dominica is one of those countries that doesn't appreciate her own. So let us all come out and show the family of Dr. Alwyn Bully, the late Dr. Alwyn Bully, that we do appreciate all that he has done for Dominica, and let us maintain his legacy so that all time that the flag of Dominica is flying, we will remember and we will cherish the memory of Dr. Alwyn Bully.
Folks, it was a pleasure. I think I'll talk to you again, guys, tomorrow. Maybe another group, but we'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think maybe we'll offer 1 or 2 tickets to lucky people.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Kaiso! Yes, the Calypso season is upon us. Saturday, December 13, 2025 at the Factory, Valley Road. Only $20. 8 o'clock, seating only $30. Come here, the beginning of the season. And make sure you're there till the end. Many Calypsonians will be competing. Only 12 gladiators will make it. The grand eliminations for the 2026 Calypso season. Saturday, 13 December 2025. Remember, 8 o'clock at the Factory. Come here, the funny songs, the serious songs, political songs, everything. Bring your family, bring your friends, bring your dog, and come. Kaiso.
All right, we're going to wrap it up there with the Talk on the Block this afternoon there with just a reminder that we have something imminent that may possibly take place. Just a reminder, the many warships in the Caribbean. The question is, is it an if or a when? We spoke to Crispin for UN ambassador about this war which seems imminent in the Caribbean. Crispin Gregor. On that note we go. Crispin Gregor.
You know,
has to go to Congress for authorization to conduct war, which I don't think will be a problem. But he wants to avoid going to Congress. So what he's doing is treating it as enemy combatants. If you use the word enemy combatants, then you don't need to get authorization from Congress to go to war.
So he's trying to avoid going that way.
Right, and I think he has the majority in both houses of Congress. So, but it's to convince the senators. That's critical, to convince them that they won't get bogged down in a war that will keep them. It will cost them money to do that.
But it appears like he's very serious because, I mean, come on. We have so many warships in the Caribbean region. What are they for? For show?
Well, he said that he's made a decision, and we're just waiting now for it to be implemented.
Do you expect him to send in the troops? I mean, or he would just attack over different?
What I expect in the immediate short term is airstrikes on military facilities.
No, somebody can send. Go ahead. Yes.
And also remember that the CIA is active in Venezuela, and they have authorization to kill. So the president's life is in danger if they decide to start any kind of on-land intervention.
Somebody was asking me just a short while ago: Is Maduro in Venezuela?
Well, that's a good question. He certainly can't fly out. The U.S. Planes would any flight out of Venezuela that is not sanctioned could come under fire from the U.S. When the way I look at it, the only option for him is if he has to make an escape for his life, it would be through Colombia.
It's that serious?
Yeah, and that would have to be by land. Now, what the Venezuelan military has decided is that if the U.S. intervenes, then they will fire back, and that they don't have the firepower to match what's in front of them on the doorstep. So they said that they will become guerrillas. They will have a guerrilla war, and that could be that could bog the U.S. down in Venezuela for years. So while we are speaking, there's still efforts at diplomatic solutions and not going to war. But I am not convinced that all of that military might has been amassed in the Caribbean Sea, and then for it to come to zero. I don't think that is the thinking of the White House and then the people who are helping to make U.S. policy.
Well, speak to me as it relates to the implications for the rest of the Caribbean, because a lot of criticism have been leveled at the Caribbean leaders. Basically, people are saying, well, they're not getting their people ready for this eventuality. What's your take on that?
There will be definitely implications for a region that are negative. One, Matt, we are in the midst of the cruise ship season, and that could slow down cruise ships coming into the region. That's one. But the one that is most concerning to me is that if navigation is slowed down, the Caribbean depends on the U.S. for food. So all the food that you have in the supermarkets could just disappear one day if we're not getting supplies. So that's another problem. Then the third problem, which is a big one for not only for Venezuela but for the rest of its neighbors, is the onslaught of refugees streaming from Venezuela. I mean, they have millions of people, and they already lost about 7 million people as refugees. So we would see more refugees streaming across borders on both the east side and the west side and to Trinidad. So refugees is a problem. And then, Matt, long term, if this happens, the Latin Americans will be so upset with the U.S. that it will sour the relationship between the Latin American countries and the United States for years to come. So these are some of the things that I see, Matt, and reading different reports. I think I really would want to say this is the zone of peace notion is very, very important, but it's not enough to say but zone of peace.
So, what do you think that the Caribbean leaders at this time should be telling the people? Get ready for war?
They should begin to tell the people that if there is a war, these are some of the things to expect. And one of them, Matt, is gas. Gas for cars and gas for cooking. I think still a lot of the cooking gas comes from Venezuela. If that is the case, then we will have a total shutdown of gas supplies for kitchen.
So you're saying, Crispin, from your knowledge there, that we should, almost like a hurricane, be prepared for any eventuality there.
I think so, Matt.
Is it a case that we should not panic or panic?
Well, I think we should prepare for both eventualities, not to panic and to panic. And if the governments are not in that mode, I think they will be in serious problems. Matt, can you imagine if our food supplies suddenly stop for a few weeks, what that would mean for the supermarket? Because if you take a country like Dominica that supposedly is an agricultural country, I go to the supermarkets and I see they're selling stuff that come from outside the region, which is things we can grow here, like tomatoes and such things. And if it's a supermarket you have to go to get that, and it's not made in Dominica, then we're gonna have to worry about food supply. Then the question of our cruise ship tourists, whether they will come if there's a blockade in the Caribbean Sea. Matt, as the more I think about this, what concerns me is what the U.S. will do after Venezuela. Will they turn their guns on Cuba? That conversation is going on in Washington.
Somebody's saying that we should start, making our coal pots and collecting wood. But it appears from what I just observed that the leaders are walking and treading carefully, walking the needles, afraid to say anything that might affect their relationship with the U.S.
Right. Not one of them will stand up and say. I think that what the Caribbean leaders should do, a few of them should make a visit to Washington to talk to President Trump. He likes that kind of he likes when people come to his table. I still have not seen any initiative by the Caribbean countries except for making statements about zone of peace. I don't know what their diplomats are doing in Washington for them, but really they need to come to Washington and speak for themselves. We are in the 11th hour, man.
So are you saying diplomacy might still work at this 11th hour?
Yeah, well, President Trump said that the last thing I saw, he said, and that was day before yesterday, that Mr. Maduro has asked to speak to him. And he didn't say whether he was going to agree or not. But he did say that President Maduro has made a special appeal to have a conversation, at least. So they're talking. The special envoy for Latin America, Mr. Grenell, would like to pursue a more diplomatic approach to this. I'm hearing that hardliners in the State Department are opposed to that approach. And it seems like the White House is siding with those hardliners.
It's a situation to watch and watch closely. I heard a report yesterday from Trinidad indicating or suggesting that, the fishermen in Trinidad are feeling the squeeze because they can't travel too far out. They're afraid that they'll be bombarded.
Right. Venezuela is only 7 miles away from Trinidad. 7 nautical miles. So it's not too far. You can certainly, in a small boat, you can make that. They shouldn't risk going anywhere close. They will be destroyed. And you know, Matt, there's a whole discussion going on in the U.S. as to whether it's legal for the president and the U.S. Navy to destroy ships that they don't even know who is on board, when they could simply just encircle the ships in the sea because they have enough warships there to stop any boat. But they're not doing that. They're just determining that any boat that comes, there's a drug boat and they're going to destroy it. And they feel that they can get away under U.S. law by doing that. Under international law, there might be some issues. But, you know, Matt, the problem with international law is one of enforcement. Yes, there are these international laws, but who's going to force the U.S. to yield to what the law says? There's no one country on earth that can do that. So I always say in international politics, might is right. The U.S. has that might, and they will use their might when they need to use it in their interest.
Because I'm quoting a CBS interview there. When asked by a CBS News whether the United States is headed to war with Venezuela, Mr. Trump said on Sunday, "I doubt it. I don't think so, but they have been treating us very badly, not only on drugs." He repeated his unsupported allegation that Mr. Maduro opened his prisons and mental institutions and sent, all his gang members to the United States, a charge Mr. Trump has made since his campaign. It also continues that asked whether Maduro days and the president of Venezuela, his days are numbered, and Mr. Trump said yes. So he's basically thinking that the days for Maduro is drawing near.
Yeah, you see, Mr. Trump, sometimes he blows hot and cold, but you have to know what you're doing is you're dissecting the consistent things that he's saying, that it doesn't change. You see where he said that Maduro's days are numbered?
Yes.
That should tell you what his thinking is. That alone should tell you what his thinking is. So sometimes he when he talks to journalists, he doesn't give the full picture. He's a guy who wants you to keep coming back to him for questions and answers. So, but if you've been following him long enough, you will know the things that's there to him. And one of the things that's there to him is that they would like to bring an end to this government in Venezuela. Remember, in the first term, he did plan a military intervention into Venezuela, but he ran out of time. This time, he's doing it at the beginning of his presidency, and he has a lot of time. Now, they're definitely after the U.S., the Venezuelan oil, but Venezuela has other resources that are important. One of them is lithium. The other one is iron ore. The third one is copper. They have all of these free minerals, and they have other rare earths. I've been telling you, Matt, before about this rare earths. The competition between the powers has now shifted to the arena of rare earths. So whoever controls the most rare earth has the capability to build sophisticated new missiles that we have not even seen yet.
Well, as I said to you, Crispin, it's something that we have to monitor in the region, and the regional leaders should speak out and tell the people what they should prepare for. Time, it seems to be drawing near, When they will attack, we'll have to find out because time is not on our side at this point.
Time is not on our side. As the clock ticks, Matt, when I didn't think that this would have lasted almost a month, but, the U.S., over that month, they have put in enough arsenal of weaponry in the Caribbean Sea. I have even seen photos of the warships passing not too far from Dominica's waters.
That's true.
Or in Dominica's waters, going south towards Venezuela.
I saw some photos like that maybe 2 days ago. Somebody sent me some photos of these warships passing, on the horizon there. So it's a very serious situation.
Yes, it is. They're saying that since that is the largest buildup of U.S. Military forces in the region since 1989 when they invaded Panama.
Okay.
And we're seeing a lot of weaponry, and
And you know, there's also the involvement of the Russians and the Chinese. All of that is adding pepper to the pot. So
You know, somebody was suggesting yesterday, maybe it's the beginning. I don't want to alarm anybody, but somebody was suggesting there in international circles is maybe the beginning of the Third World War.
well, Matt,
Are we
you
going
know,
too far?
the Caribbean Sea has seen wars over centuries. And here we are in the 21st century, and we're seeing another war of rivals. And this is not just about Venezuela. This is a fight of the powers. And the free powers here are United States, China, and Russia. That is a rivalry that's playing out in Venezuela. And we don't have all the pieces, but we know that there are these ingredients.
All right.
We are go for liftoff in T minus 30.
This old girlfriend of mine was letting me know why I am a hypocrite. From where all you fellas take calypso, and look where all you bring it. From a human rights champion to a defender of what we know to be wrong. This country is in a crisis, and look at calypsonians. All you like ostrich, all you head bury in the sand, yet you want to be a calypso king. With these passive topics and excuses, you just come and sing. Go and sing the truth, oh, go and sing the truth. The judges and them, they don't like you, but the public will appreciate you. What do you have to lose? What you trying to prove? And when you sing what's true, they'll accuse you of carrying your country's dirty laundry. Don't worry, the truth will make you free. All you not giving back to the public like the public can afford it. It's the big boys with the deep pockets getting complimentary tickets. All you big so in political color. Looking high, a mask out this year. Some call you on the radio, playing not one calypso, just spreading false propaganda and creating robo. I will go insane. If I hear the name of Thompson Fountain, calling up Clinton again, go and sing the truth, oh, go and sing the truth. Yes, two-man tie in a final show. They say break the tie, the chief judge said no. All you compromising the integrity of the show. When you sing what's true, they'll accuse you of betraying the fraternity. No worry, Bob, the truth will make you free. Calypso is opposition to all maladministration, but Calypsonians benefiting from the wrong that is going on. Hand in hand with the Arab preacher and on the air, preaching hate and division. As for you, Mr. Bob, I want to know what you're getting from it. Are you seeking a job? Or did your child get a scholarship? I wanted to curse the woman, but I used my head. I turned and walked away with my tail between my legs, and she said, go and sing the truth, Bob. Go and sing the truth. Some judges may victimize you, but deep inside they're respecting you. So what do you have to lose? What you're trying to prove? And when you sing what's true, they'll accuse you of supporting you, WP. Don't worry, Bobby, the truth will make you free. Make you free. Hey. So, the ball. Be divine, la la la, la la. La la la.
I see your shoulders down. Sister, you're looking so withdrawn. It's that you wanted to achieve. Destroy homes and family, don't let us succeed. No, please, here comes hope. No more wrong. No more wrong. Maria, you have not won. Galvanized back on rooftop. In battle, some soldiers will drop, but we begin up. Rising determination. It's Cinderella, daughters and sons. Oh, Dominica is here. Oh, Dominica, I care. When you see the rain falling, every time you hear thunder rolling, it's the hope of your fulfilling. It's natural, what don't you go really? Home Dominica is here. Home Dominica, don't fear. I will not rob you like them insurance with excess and depreciation, but if divine hope is the only way to follow. Mother, I know you lost that child. Father, you still need some galvanized. But you have some tambourine, little shots away training. Count your blessings for a little ease. Stop grumbling. No time for you to criticize. Instead, thank God. He's beyond your life. For every dark road you can see a silver lining for you and me. Don't you worry, one day at a time. I say hope is on your side. Hope Dominica is here. Hope Dominica, I care. When you see the rain falling, every time you hear thunder rolling, it's evoke of your fulfilling. It's natural, what don't you really? Hope Dominica is here. Hope Dominica, don't fear. When you want a little relief, and your name is not on their list, look to divine hope. It's the only way to follow. My people, really all is not lost. So run away. Reading from the shock. But like Jack holding my own chief, we ain't going down the cliff of no return to depression and grief. We have to turn a new leaf. Building homes for balance, a paradigm shift. Get up, don't cry, die. Wipe away those will be nice. Take flight, and I'm sure we can soar to greater heights. Hope Dominica is here. Hope Dominica, I care. When you see the rain falling, every time you hear thunder rolling, it's evoke of your fulfilling. It's natural, what don't you know really? Hope Dominica is here. Hope Dominica, don't fear. No line of routine or curfew. Every man will surely get his due, 'cause divine hope is the only hope. It's not easy to develop a country. It's not easy. It's not easy. It's not easy to come up with the money. It's not easy. It's not easy to create a path to prosperity. Some will always strive as she may push. It's not easy in this economy. So when leaders pledge with no proper plan to give us the edge in this small island, it's not easy. It's not easy. We don't ask for money. But when a few benefiting, one side getting everything, that is a problem. A problem. When it's not shared to all you see, all get back in the money, that is a problem. A big problem. Some say they're selling out our birthright. They just trading our identity. Me, I don't give a fuck. I just want some for me. And for you, I want my portion. Just give me my portion. Give us a share. Give blessings this portion too. Did I do yes? Here I am again. It's not easy when leaders in the Caribbean aggressively just passport money. It's not easy when that is the only option. It's not easy. It's not easy. We all want the aid to move progressively, but we must protect our integrity. It's not easy, but that's the reality. And why most of us don't get catching hell? Look how those who sell passports doing well. It's not easy. It's not easy for my little like me. So when a few benefiting, one side getting everything, that is a problem. A problem. When it's not shared to all you see, always breaking the money, that is a problem. A big problem. Some say they're selling out our birthright, prostituting our identity. Well, I could tolerate that once there is some for me. And for you, I want my portion. Give me my portion. But give my breast. Give mommy her portion too. Did I do it? Here I am again. It's not easy with all the reports emerging. It's not easy. It's not easy. It's not easy. All the bad name we get it. It's not easy. It's not easy. About passport things, shady diplomats, and the shocking bills of would-be criminals. It's not easy to fight this globally. With those ambassadors like Mama Quakey, they were watching us more critically. It's not easy for a citizens like me. So when a few benefiting, one that getting everything, that is a problem. A problem. When it's not just what you see, oh, they're spending the money, that is a problem. A big problem. Some say they're selling out our good rights, contaminating our identity. If I must tolerate that, there should be some for me and for you. I want my fashion. Just give me my fashion. Don't they make it fair? Give Lennox his fortune too. I want my fashion. Just give me my fashion. If he don't already have, give Papa his fortune too. I want my fashion. Just give me my fashion. Stop making the envy flap. Give them his fortune too. Be that door. Whoa.
When Moses brought the Hebrews out of Egypt, they never liked him. They enjoyed it, but they never liked it. When Martin Luther King brought them freedom, some never liked him. They enjoyed it, but some never liked it. So when people who don't know me don't like me, don't ask me why. I guess it's just society. But I guess if I invest too much already, if they the right leader who set them free, then who is me? Who is me? When people don't like you, you can bring down manna from heaven. They won't like you. When they don't like you, you can save them and they will blame you. It's like they don't like you. It's not very simple to say fuck with them, for they know not what they do. Boy, take it from me. Your life is blood. It's not easy. Who feels it now? The only black was an honest, hard-working leader. Yes, they didn't like him either. They forced him to exile and suffer. Senior council said performance doesn't matter. Yeah. He don't like Dominica and black people for their nature. Yeah. They hate bright educated children of slaves who they just cannot use to their advantage, especially if they're from a certain village. Careful what you do, cause they'll turn your own people against you, against you. When people don't like you, you can bring down angels from heaven. They won't like you. When they don't like you, you can feed them and they'll still backbite you. It's like they don't like you. It's not very simple to say forgive them, for they know not what they do. Take it from me. Your life is blood. It's not easy. Who feels it now? The Lord. Oh. say they love your brother, should that be taken seriously? When I have a neighbor, bad signs it's only showing me. I've been on stage singing, and I have seen complete strangers turning their back on me. Many people who never met me before cannot say what they hate the ball for. Some even say I go power on. And those who think that I just dig in blues come try to walk a mile in my shoes. In my shoes. When people don't like you, you can be the good Samaritan in the Bible. They won't like you. When they don't like you, you can open up to them, they'll still betray you. It's like they don't like you. It's not very simple to say forgive them, for they do not what they do. Take it from me. Don't like it, love. It's not easy. Move in the
Once upon a time, I was proud of my land. To claim without rest, Dominica was the best. Since the hurricane, I don't feel the same. I was shocked to see Christians and ungodly nothing together in the city. The money can, don't be ashamed, the money can. Answer to your name, the generator will bring it back. The refrigerator will bring it back. The food you can eat, but as the unit, what you doing with it? The money can. Them public servants, the money can. Who pull up minivans, they look at Jamaican soldier. People beat me on social media. Mayo, gentlemen again. Look at them. Got them, yo. Maria hit and run. She knocked the country down. Attack, gender and beauty. King, believe the nothing. Look at how we vehicle. We don't let it forget Bible. On pulpit them hide. But Maria decide. Give him a green pride. The money can. Don't be ashamed, the money can. Answer to your name. The washing machine will bring it back. The coffee machine will bring it back. The food you can eat, but if the unit, what you doing with it? The money can. Them civil servants, the money can. Who pull up minivans, can lose a Jamaican soldier. People be there on social media. Mayo, ancestor again. Look at them. Got a yo. Man come with crowbar, bucket and chainsaw to help with the police. Get that machine up this place. Employees forget loyalty. Police who forget duty. City full of garbage. Users on rampage. On the young on the edge. The money gang. Don't be ashamed, the money gang. Answer to your name. The barbecue grill, bring it back. The solar panel, bring it back. The food you can eat. What is the unit? What you doing with it? The money gang. Them public servants, the money gang. Who full of minivans. Young loser Jamaican soldiers. She could be dead on social media. Yo, trendsetter again. Look at them. Yeah, yo. Not long Erica pass. Maria, no give we a blast. All who commit crime put the country way behind. To build back is a big task. Little favor I must ask before you go pray in church on Sunday. That who go may not be way. The money can. Don't be ashamed. The money can. Answer to your name. The Black Springs TV, bring it back. The brand new set bring it back. The food you can eat. What is the unit? What you doing with it? The money can. Those in the credit union, the money can. Who full of minivans. Can't lose a Jamaican soldier. She could be dead on social media. The money can. Look at them, man. Got it, yo. Up in that flow. Trendsetter 2025. Yeah, we know. But long ago it wasn't easy to ride a lorry from the country. And when that truck get to the city, everybody want to be there. Who wear it sun, not them alone. Some be in dread, making it rain. It's that the tree, listen to the sea. Look the people, but not the sea. God love it. I'm a questa, e la papa, I'm a pista, di questa la, a salota, e a questa, a la via, di questa la. What will I know? Let's just down. Let it go. The people migrate from the country and elsewhere right there in the city. So my brother, things not easy. The bank would kill anybody. It makes like time. I don't know why. The people then just not listen.
Yeah, man. All right, let me say welcome. It's all about the afternoon drive. Of course, all right, on the big station, like 95 FM radio.
What will
Keep you guys coming until about the 5.
But long ago it wasn't easy to ride a lorry from the country. And when that truck get to the city, everybody wants to be there. Who went it done, not them alone. Some be in dread, making it rain. It's at that happy tree, living to the sea. Look the people, but this the sea. I'm a cuesta, en la papa, I'm a pista, y cuesta la, hasta nota, e a cuesta, a la villa, y cuesta la. What will I know? Let's it down. Let it go. The people migrate from the country and elsewhere right there in the city. So my brother, things not easy. The back foot with everybody. It makes me high. I don't know why. The people said, just listen. Peter Brown, he would know of God. If he had said we be from the cross. I'm a cuesta, en la papa, I'm a pista, y cuesta la, hasta nota, e a cuesta, a la villa, y cuesta la. What did I do? Sorry. 22 of you, you creepy. They envy you, just this baby. On the side of the road, what them we. In the train, on the wall, in the lounge. Pistol and show, that would have wet low. Do what you want, it must flow. One thing I know, and you know it sure. The people want it up for
Q 95, 95.
I'm a cuesta, en la papa, I'm a pista, y cuesta la, hasta nota.
All right. Waterman and original.
Just like that. The man and son of the saint.
Somebody tell my neighbor I'm a pro on how to get the money from stereo. So she come and ask me what I do.
Hold on there, hold on there, hold on there.
Because you want to.
Let me listen carefully, let me listen carefully.
My neighbor told me we can probably help you. From any politician. So I tell you how I plan to stand by you. To seeing them black chip passing, them two black chip, to carry on heavy load. They following them black chip passing, them two black chip, rub your stomach. And put your fingers by your mouth. Hold them to your back. That is what I'm talking about. Wave and smile when you see them passing, yeah. And your back you will get the money. Lot letters from me daddy, daddy. Tell me daddy, daddy. To share it with everybody. So I did the politician below. I tell she go to show never like so. But you mean it all that I have to do. I tell her yes, I just do it too. I'm a progressive young man, the 90s as I am, see I would not get some land. That's why I tell you how I plan to stand by you. To fill in them black chip passing, into black chip, to carry your heavy load. We throwing them black chip passing, into black chip, to rub your stomach. And put your finger by your mouth. Hold on to your back. What I'm talking about. Live and smile when you see them passing. Yeah, and your party will get the money.
Right on cue, right on cue.
From you, daddy, daddy.
Right on cue.
Tell me, daddy, daddy. You show it, show it. Give everybody.
Respect the most I can. Again. For us, sing a calypso. For women past 30, for better than they don't know. Those they know their grandchildren. It's that they want to wear. Showing all their body. And they're spare tired. She said they just make a shoe. Suit them for wearing their time. For someone that look like them from some food. One from back to back. Somebody should tell those women where those that compliment them. The way they dress is ugly, great. All that set people's face. They take belly, oh, sexy, body like a bottle, but they can't be like a model. They take belly, oh, sexy, body like a bottle, but they can't be like a model. Mama, hey, mama. Maybe I'm from the old school, but I'm of the opinion. And that's not so cool, but a woman must cook all the time. Already in streets of rose, so much I take it by room. So I see it public, that you know about the stories. So if you out of proportion, do not follow style and fashion. And when you dressing in public, consider your vital statistics. Somebody should tell those women that those that compliment them. The way they dress is ugly, all their face. Tete and belly, oh, sexy, body like a gallon bottle, but they dress like a model. Wrong foot, wrong face, wrong time. Here in my country, we are all at sea. Let me tell you how I feel. See if you feel it like me. Sometimes I don't feel to run. Nothing ain't working for me. Don't want to know what I'm doing wrong. So I am my soul already. I got my right foot in my left shoe. All my back foot in the wrong hole. Now I got my left foot in the wrong shoe.
Like I bucket a bubble hole. I just like it, mama. I just like it, Isha. I put in my part for my country. And I working hard all day, all night. And hoping to work it right.
Yeah, man, the three big songs are from a Son of the Saint.
My neighbors close by, showing signs of prosperity. Putting shame in my eyes, not that they're better than me. I wish I had stayed in school. Now I would look like this. Successful friends making me sick. All the time inside myself confusing. All my buttons in the wrong clothes. Now I put my life in the wrong shoe. Like my pocket a velvet hole. I just like the doctor. I just like the lawyer. I put in my heart for my country. And I'm working hard all day, all night. And nothing working right. I'm not even sure that I want to bless. I need to work more and start talking less. Now I'm ready to go before I sell my soul. I must put my best foot forward. Take on the back in the round hole. I've got my right foot in my left shoe. All my back is in the wrong hole. Now I've got my left foot in my right shoe. Like my pocket has a big big hole. I just like in butcher and them civil the back. I put in my part for my country. And I'm working hard all day, all night. And nothing's working right. I got my right foot in my left shoe. My back is in the wrong hole. Now I've got my left foot in the wrong shoe. Lord, I have heaviness in my soul. I just like it for all the custom with I put in my part before my so simple. So time. I hear people talking, God is slowly trembling. Hurricane sour. Who said things up to I rebuke them in Yahshua's name. A fisherman I am, doubting my creator. When I draw my poncho, that means I catch my friend. Yeah, you see, that have people jumping. Yeah, you see, that have people whining. That fisherman, that have fun coming in.
The road match king himself was also
Whoa. Every kind so season. I'm taking 2 steps higher.
we call this one a 2 steps higher.
It's ready for the run. It's our to see the talent in.
Yeah, man, trust me, a big tune.
Praises I give to the Almighty. Yeah, try to do your best. We never give up on me. You tell me I can enjoy. To bring out the talent in you. Whoa. You tell me I can enjoy. So what is written? Let it let it be, let it be, let it be. It's our season, it's summertime. Whoa. It's our season, it's our time. When trying to be creative and someone to be negative, let them pop sour again and again. Who say that away? Yeah. Tell them the music can even say. Man, it was not in there. Within them things I say. I want to say. If she was on its way, I understood people that come to the blood. They take my from to another brother. The churches, he said some fight. But that is what I already did. What you really see. Whoa. Every guy is so simple. I get into seven, higher and higher. These people never stop in me. It's ready for the run. It's our reality. To see the talent in me. Praises I give to the Almighty. The actual creator, they never He said we are to bring out the challenge. He said we are So what is written? Let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. So the singer, so the child. What? So the singer, so the child.
You're happy in a pastor. From where I stand, I see spiritual warfare. It is that we see people going under. It is very clear that there are demons out there. We need to stop this evil spirit from invading our churches and public office. Evil and good can be in one unit. We need to break up their heart with peace. Like here on the podium, pretend like you don't know it yet. Whenever you check on my TV, things happening in our face. Behave like they don't exist. Whenever you check on my TV, Christians have been unreported, but both of them locked down. Whenever you check on my TV, my uncle wants to snap again, but this time I have uncle pray. Whenever you check on my TV, so weapon our eyes and stuff. The things they will do if we play them on the moon. We are passion from the east and west and central and Jamaica. Please pray for the churches, please pray for the police. They are fighting battles that should not exist. The churches would pray and police would arrest. Take out them demons and clean up all promise. People, they are under a spell. Tivo is the remedy to keep them in health. The church and police fight for what is right. God will help me, God, let them It's in the country in a trance, people need that in the right. Say like a pharaoh, see you say that my people. The people say you get too long, uncles are waiting for my son. It's to create for money, destroying the economy. So, open the eyes and stop. Got the dynasty of the one man party. Or what's up and playing masters, say anything that they want. Man.
As we gear up for Mass Dominica 2026, a double dose down for Checo. 2024 and 2025, right?
Two strong women, Kalinago warriors, first time fighting for the presidency. Commonwealth of Dominica, 2023. Is this respect? Money.
We're taking a short break after this one.
In high office, the Attorney General does it well, coming December. Open his mouth and in his country, put his OAE. Now he's filling the heat. You gotta carry a drumstick, admit it. You gotta press the drumstick. Now you feeling it. You see that woman at the drumstick. You can't say not true. Can never even tell me to tell you. No drumstick for you. You want to get to see that in a go fighting the since got number. Happy for the team, I'm on side. You this one of us. You this all of us. Hey, hey, mama. Hey, hey. Hey, hey, mama. Hey, hey, mama. Who paying you? Is it your boss or the people? Or is it something a woman do you to help you, woman? So power it up out of place. Unsuitable for your face. Instead of setting good examples for the disadvantaged young people, say he's telling them they can abuse women. Admit it. You gotta press the drumstick, and now you feeling it. You see that woman at the drumstick. You can't say it's not true. Dominican women tell me to tell you, no drumstick for you. You must be let to be that fight of stupidity that we never fighting because since God of happy for the deep, I'm on high. You this all about. You this all about. Hey, hey, mama. Hey, hey.
A double dose here from Checo.
Mama.
Let me squeeze one more before I take a quick commercial break, right?
hands. Well, it's strictly Grammy winners on your hands. Yeah. Very well. Will make your moving step. The perfect for the past. Them fellas are no ass. They defy every day what the Bible say. That crime can never be. They love the rain. Yes, they from the rain. They from the rain. Offshore McCain. Cayman. In Cayman. Oh, Cayman. I tell you, Cayman. Cayman is true. Yes, it's true. So don't let them fool you. When they go to Cayman, that is the man they go for the real If you want travel, bring your camera and follow some Caribbean leaders everywhere. You want to wonder if they don't remember the hope and the trust of the people who put them there. When these Caribbean leaders meet with those international crooks, they remind me of them pirates in the history books. Yeah, man. They dressing very well by their expensive suits, you can tell. They dealing anything that's what's known to human trafficking. And you know your friends who protecting them from the people who elect them. They love the rain. They from the rain. This one the rain. Offshore McCain. Wayman. In Cayman. Oh, Cayman. That you Cayman. Cayman is true. Yes, it's true. Man, don't let them fool you. When they go to Cayman, that is the bandage of the real you. Come and send them in their homeland while they campaigning as honorable gentlemen. They're so convincing when they're speaking. They know how to act. It's their natural habitat. However, I must mention some of them have good intentions, but they never ever sell the private companions. Only loyalty is for the woman and money. They deal with anyone who discrimination. Oh, I know when this Caribbean will be led by some honest man. Boy, mama, they must have rain. Yes, they from the rain. This one the rain. Offshore McCain. In Cayman. Oh, yeah, man. Well, I tell you, Cayman. Cayman is true. Yes, it's true. So don't let them put you. When they go to Cayman, that is the advantage because you will buy premium. Oh, yeah, you know that. Viva vida.
We are in the Atlantic hurricane season. Stay tuned to radio and television stations for regular bulletins. Rely only on official bulletins. Do not check these over the telephone. A message from Q95 FM Radio.
Unwrap the magic of Christmas with Veep. Buy $15 in any Veep products for your chance to win a $1,500 Do It Center shopping spree. To enter, just write your name and contact number on the back of your receipt and drop it in entry boxes provided, or WhatsApp a photo of your receipt and contact number to 616-8810. But hurry, entries close on December 19th. Unwrap the magic of Christmas with Veep for a happy, healthy home. Distributed by Fine Foods Inc.
Cause I'm on my way.
KFC delivery is here. Just place your order at www.kfcdominican.com, Facebook or WhatsApp at 614-2633 and your order will be delivered to you. KFC, it's good.
Cause I'm on my way.
Dominica stage is set on Saturday, January 3rd, 2026. We honor the artists, musicians, producers, writers, and cultural icons who carry the sound of our nation. Welcome to the Dominica Music Awards, developing Dominica's music industry, a celebration of our musicians, a night of live performances, red carpet glamour, special tributes, and awards across every genre: booyaka, dance, calypso, reggae, gospel, zouk, soca, and more. This is the platform that elevates our talent, showcases our creativity, and supports the growth of a modern Dominican music industry. From the studio to the stage, and from Dominica to the world. Follow Creole Headmeet in the Dominica Music Awards online for voting, ticket information, and official updates at www.creoleheadmeet.com/Dominica Music Awards. Platinum Partners Q95 FM, the big station.
Just received Able Farm evaporated milk, delicious and nutritious, rich and creamy, perfect for all uses, for drinking, for tea, coffee, cocoa, punches, juices, cooking, baking, ice pops, and ice cream, and everything else. Prices start as low as $1.55 per can. Able Farm evaporated milk. Available in 2 varieties, each in 2 sizes of cans. Able Farm evaporated milk. Available wholesale and retail at Esar Trading Limited. That means nice, boy. Esar Trading Limited, making a difference for you.
Milky milk, milky milk, milky, milky milk.
It's Kaiso! Yes, the Calypso season is upon us. Saturday, December 13, 2025 at the Factory, Valley Road. Only $20. 8 o'clock, sitting only $30. Come here at the beginning of the season and make sure you're there till the end. Many Calypsonians will be competing. Only 12 gladiators will make it. The grand eliminations for the 2026 Calypso season. Saturday, 13 December 2025. Remember, 8 o'clock at the Factory. Come here, the funny songs, the serious songs, political songs, everything. Bring your family, bring your friends, bring your dog, and come. Kaiso, Kaiso, Kaiso.
Afifi, pon linetman asu tabla ba mwen. Fè vite souple, mwen presse.
Sa let me see, Maka wey.
Eh ben, isan makredi ou pa ka bien. Ouais, mi linet la, même côté à mwen dou la.
La yé tout le, ek mate ka wey?
Ça vle di, ou bizwen ale Optifam vitman avant zyo vin pli mauvais.
Ti mwen mak, yo di mwen ni problem epis de mwen.
Eh ben, c'est Optifam qui ni pli meilleur docteur Zé en pays. À part ça, Optifam j'ai tiré en chay l'argent à sous frame lunette. Et qui ni pli belle frame lunette qui en style.
Tout ça, eh ben, mwen kay check pressure mwen avant, e ka pwe nay Optifam.
Non à tout fi. Allez là même. Puisque yo ka check pressure zéro, examiner zéro pour licence chauffeur, check pour puissance doux, et yo ka jik manager maladie zé glaucoma et puis cataracte.
Bon, ki kote Optifam ye?
Optifam à sous 23 Great Marlborough Street, 2 Point Queens, Amwazoo. Téléphone 440-8486. Eh bien, 285-8676.
Bon Dieu, merci oui pour Optifam. Yo se limo yon pour occupation zero.
Treat yourself, your family, or a loved one to a comprehensive eye examination at Optifarm Eye Center to check for 20/20 vision. Also inquire about our telemedicine services, filling of external eyeglasses prescriptions, and specials on eyewear.
Also opened is A Medic Urgent Care and Telemedicine Center, offering specialized and general health care. Call 612-1328 or come in for your appointment. You could also visit our new location at
When you come in the jam, you should have a baby in your hand. When you come in the band, you should have a baby in your hand. What we drinking? BBB style, BBB nice, BBB nice, BBB style, BBB nice, BBB style, BBB nice, BBB style, BBB nice, BB Spice Rum. It's more than just a rum.
BB Spice Rum, distributed by Belfast
Have
Estate.
you ever
Fragrance
wakened to hear sounds like these?
Oh, yeah?
And now for something completely different.
They told me a new boy king is born. All my gifts we bring to lay before the king. I want to rap a bam. I am a poor boy too, I have no gifts to bring. Let's pray to be with him. I want to rap a bum.
Everybody let us be up. Pam pam, me got the tummy on me and make me eat it round town. From the thing all while the heart is a beat. The heart just a pray to the rhythm and the chop and the bass play a play. In the cup and a can of come in a go Mary Norton, in Fox Atlantic line, I made my love for you. I made my face for you. I want to rap Long time ago in that, so the Holy Bible say, baby's boy child Jesus was born on Christmas Day. And now here just sing a new king born today. And I'm living for more because of Christmas Day. Just sing a new king born today. And I'm living forevermore because of Christmas Day. Trumpet sound and angels listen to what they say, and we'll live forever because of Christmas Day. And now the angels sing a new king born today, and I will live forevermore because of Christmas Day. Come now, the angels sing a new thing born today, and then we'll live forevermore because of Christmas Day. All Satan's people and heaven sought to find. You know the Satan's people and days the great signs. All things are here, all like night. You dream just as night. You see the time. All Satan's people got and never thought to mind. You know the Satan's people got and stays the good time. All things are here, all like time. You dream the other side, you say the good time.
All the waiting people got ended for tonight. To all the waiting people got ended inside. Oh, inside, oh, night. We'll bring the couple fire, say inside. I'm again. I love you, I love you, I love you, girl.
Jump all around, jump all around, move that body. Jump all around, jump all around, move that body. Jump all around, jump all around, move that body. Jump all around, jump all around, move that body. Jump all around, jump all around, move that body. Jump all around, jump all around, move that body.
Joy to the Lord is come. Let us receive the King. Let us prepare and we'll be to sing and we'll be to sing.
All right, so welcome back on the big station at Q95 FM radio. Oh, you may put in you guys in a Christmas mood right now, right? Let me say a special good afternoon and going out to my cousin, Alpha Shillingford, of course. I got it locked on via Q95 Facebook page.
He moved the world and made the nations the glory of his righteousness. And when the love
Right on the cue. Right on the cue.
Focus, man. No, 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 focus, man. No. Roll the drums.
For so long I've waited. Christmas is all on my mind. I can't wait for the wait and the story. I've got a feeling that it's real. Smiling faces everywhere. Come and join the Christmas fair. I want you all to join in me. Feeling like so mellow, 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 mellow. She be mellow, 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 mellow. I know what it is. Ring dong, 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 ring dong. m'amuser. Pour les dégager, oui, mais sauver. Quand papi mais on peut pas résister. Tout son gamin à panicher. Ay, maman, c'est ça, ça c'est bien, c'est ton pop, c'est déchiré. Qui a melon, melon, bella, oui, bella, melon, melon, déchiré, melon, melon, bella, oui, melon, melon, déchiré. Ding dong, 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 ding dong. Q95. Between that really interests me. Love harmony and battle. Me en fils en qui a affronté. L'air me vivait pour moi y aller. When my way, I jump up there. When I got this one, I paper I come. When the love you with me, mellow, 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 she with me, mellow, mellow, when the love you with me, mellow, mellow, she with me, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ring dong, ding dong, ding dong, ring dong, ding dong, ring dong, ding dong, ding dong, ring dong, ding dong, ring dong. Ding ding dong ding dong ding dong ding dong ring dong. Get those in town. It ain't Santa. It's the goat ready, band and friends. Rocking you, jamming you, pushing you into the right direction. Let's do it. Silent night. All is calm, all is right. Right on the it's fucking Dominica. It's a time when we all are coming together to celebrate the birth of Jesus Christ the Savior, who was born in Bethlehem without another nature. So this was is a time for you to be with your lover and release him one another like a hamburger. So you can find and also change everybody in that place and them are feel proper. Silent. All the paintings he and brought to mind to know the paintings he forgot and made shine. All the time, all the time, you dream together now. You say all the paintings he forgot and brought to mind to know the paintings he forgot and made shine. All the time, all the time. You dream together, lies,
Alright, it just got about 5 more minutes. One of the biggest Christmas albums in the Caribbean, the Rough and Ready.